Hello, everybody. Just forgot, of course. All right. Hey, Books and Stars. Chair. Hello. Hello, dorks. Hello, Very Knifey Duck. Hello, Insomnia Noir. Hello, Books and Stars. Hello, Ashley. Hello, Gamer G. Hello, Trans Girl Jade. Hello, Kyryu. How we all doing tonight? And Kyryu, thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub to River Shards. It's very kind of you. Kicking off stream on a good note here. Hello, Spectral Pyre. She said hi. I say hi to everyone who bothers to show up to the beginning of stream. Because y'all are special. Hello, Punky Gal. Gotta get up the YouTube chat. I waited for the beginning. Hell yeah, Insomnia Noir. Here we go. Now I can finally see YouTube chat. Hello, Erica. Hello, Paladin Lost. Hello, the Dark Canuck. And hello, Polydactyl Black Cat. How we all doing? Sup, gamers? You got the apartment of your dreams? Oh, hell yeah, Stout Man. You don't have to, like, dox yourself or anything, but, like, how it must be pretty nice. Also, if it looks like I got a lot of sun, that's because I've been outside a lot over the last couple days. Why can't I see other chat comments? Oh, Books and Stars. The chat on screen is the chat over at riverboat.gg, where, by the way, you can watch ad-free even if you're not subbed. So if you wanted to head on over there, you can watch for free over there and be in the on-screen chat. And also, any subs or donos made over there go directly to me, as opposed to being split 50-50 with Twitch or 70-30 on YouTube. So, yeah, head on over there if you would like. We got a bunch of cool friendos over there. I look beautiful as always, but I just went and got my hair done. I should be more beautiful than... No, it's fine, it's fine. I'm just guilting you. But seriously, I did have my hair done. I think it looks really, really nice. I told her I was going for more of like an electric red. I think she got the memo. Where the beach at? Nah. YouTube's the beach. No, I love all chats equally. Hair's really, really pretty. Thank you. I also got it trimmed. Gotta take care of the little stragglers down there at the ends. Oh, how we doing? For real though, I took like a 7-mile long walk today, and my legs are exhausted. 'Cause I have little Wally feet. Let's see here. Now, what do we... Like, I have some content we could cover today. But is there anything you guys like? I know you guys watch like other streamers. Is there anything in particular you guys would like me to react to that other people have been looking at, or if you guys want my take on a particular subject, I'm more than happy to like take suggestions today. Nerds? Yeah, we need nerds. Hairstylist did a real good job. Hell yeah. The only thing is like the first several days after it gets dyed, I need to be real careful about what I let it touch. Old Australian monster rage quits job. Neuron, you are a discerning connoisseur. Everyone who's here is a discerning connoisseur of politics. Okay? Hey, Todd Pemper, how you doing? Glad you're reporting for duty. Which South African political party should one vote for? I gotta be 100% honest with you, Kyryu. I am absolutely not briefed on the political machinations of South Africa. I am very little use there. I'm sorry. Maybe we could have a stream. You know what? This is actually a pretty good idea. We should have a stream, not today, but in the future, where like I prep a bunch of resources and we all learn about like South Africa's government. We could do another one for like Australia. We could focus on the different places people in chat are from. You know? It's definitely on brand, wholesome, slutty, like you said. Well, look, guys, if you want to look, there are valid ways to make it sluttier or more wholesome. Okay, there are avenues available to you. Why does my internet suck so bad? I can't tell you. It's a complicated series of tubes. Maybe Ashley could tell you though. Let's see. I had a bunch of topics that I prepared days ago. Like, is it still worthwhile to go over the Russell Brand stuff, or is that basically just kind of like everyone's already covered it? You know? I had a bunch of segments prepped that we never got to. Everyone covered it? Yeah. But I haven't. This is true. This is true. Look, I think I'll do a much more condensed bit of coverage on that one. I mean, I feel like there's new info coming out, especially on Twitter. Diaper Boy defended Brand. Well, yeah, of course. Conservatives are circling the wagon around Russell Brand. You know, he's one of them. And I will say this: people were like, "Oh man, Vosh went too far when they said the right would defend Jeffrey Epstein if he had done a conservative pivot a few months before all the allegations came out." 110% they would have defended Epstein. Okay, 110% they would still be defending Jeffrey Epstein if he had just like done like a shitty conservative podcast. Who's Diaper Boy? That's Charlie Kirk, I believe. I was chatting with someone who's been watching Aiden Ross, and the conclusion is Aiden is mentally unwell. Last update was Aiden seriously threatened to Roblox one of his mods over a minor issue. Well, yeah, no, Aiden Ross is basically being like puppeteered by Nazis at this point. Like he has been manipulated to such a degree that he's basically like been brainwashed, and it's really sad to see, you know? Like dude's apparently alienated like his entire family. Like he's just gone off the deep end, you know? And it doesn't surprise me that now he's basically just alienating everyone who's even remotely close to him. That's what being a fascist does, frankly. I'm just here to listen. I have no horse in the race. I mean, that's okay. Though, suspicious you say you don't have a horse in the race when we were talking about fascism and everything else. Did you see the clip of Sneeko meeting his underage fans? Okay, I did have that prepped as a segment. We could go over that, actually. I didn't actually see the clip yet, though. When I prep segments, I don't watch the videos, really. Usually, I don't watch the videos. So I can give you kind of like authentic first thoughts. I can't get YouTube Live to work. Did you get my update on about our GSA club? I'm so proud of our community that I'm crying. The GSA club. Did you? Oh wait, did you email that to my penslingers.org account? If so, then yes. I just need to go through it again. Things have been a bit odd. Hey Malachi. Yesterday my body just shut completely down, so I'm sorry if I'm a bit behind on basically everything. Gay Straight Alliance mentioned it in a previous Twitch stream. Gotcha. We were allowed to stay at club? Hell yeah, Books and Stars. Congratulations. Well fought. Jack, I'm so hella gay for you. Okay. Let's see. What else we got? What else we got here? We'll talk a little bit about Rupert Murdoch. I wish I was happier about that than I am. But we'll get to that. Did we cover the Birds Aren't Real documentary? No. Did Fox News take the Birds Aren't Real guys seriously? Also, I saw that there was like some buzz about Benny Carollo. Did she like some buzz that she had debated Charlie Kirk? Do you guys want to go over that debate? I'm hella duck for you? Hell yeah. Hey, One Hand Wonder. What are we up to tonight? She did what? Yeah. This is from a year ago on Charlie Kirk's show. I don't know that we've gone over it. I mean, what's there to be happy about? Well, the thing about Rupert Murdoch is that we actually know who's going to take over, and it's Lachlan Murdoch. And Lachlan Murdoch is actually a more insane conservative than Rupert Murdoch, which is saying something. Down to duck. It's painful. Was it bad, Erica? Is it worth going over? Maybe like worth going over as like a hey, when you're talking to conservatives, like don't do this. Hey, Beef Torkunk, you made it to a stream. I'm always down to duck. Hell yeah. Worth it? Okay. We'll cover it then. Benny's the tanky. I mean, I'm not super familiar with her content, but some of the stuff she said on Twitter has definitely been like tanky adjacent at the very least. Well, trans girl Jade, she's always she did that when she was at TYT too. Like, yeah. I thought Benny was doing a bit so surreal. Wait, she's trafficked in okay, well, I haven't seen the genocide denialism. Okay, so we'll definitely cover that. We could also do we could go over, you know what? We could go over the full DBZA like Boo arc compilation that they put out. That could be really fun. Um Oh, we could also cover the theory that's emerging that NASA might have killed life discovered on Mars. We could talk about that. It could be fun. Let's see. I'm trying to think of like some other good content. I had stuff, but again it aged out of being like super relevant. Not even Mars is safe from US imperialism. Yeah. NASA did what? There is a chance, though small, that NASA might have killed aliens. This is true. Like unironically, there is a non-zero chance. We'll talk about it. I mean, like not like humanoid intelligent aliens. Not not like not like spacefaring aliens, mind you. Okay, science fiction is real. Well, yeah, yeah. Hence the science. All right, I'm gonna go to the font of wisdom for content these days. Well, no, not on purpose. No. Uh, we'll talk more about it in depth, but the general gist of it is just that knowing what we know now about extremophile life on Earth, like little bacteria that live in extreme environments, um, NASA did testing for biological life that might have inadvertently wound up killing extremophile like bacteria on if it had been contained in like Mars samples. That's about as good as I can explain it in a nutshell. Very mommy tonight, no offense. Well, that's what I'm going for. Oh, yeah, well, guess what? Well, you know what? We'll also talk about Tom Morello because that actually made me mad today. Goddamn goddamn Tom Morello. Fucking throwing trans people under the bus. Tom Morello? Yeah. Not as fun as it sounds. Wait, no. Yep. We're going to talk about it. Oh, you know what? We got to talk about Sound of Freedom guy. Oh yeah, okay, we got to go over this too. All right. Um what else? What else we got here? Let's see. Oh, where is it? Where is it though? I had a specific thing I was looking for. Pretty sure. Well, now Tom Morello's been pretty cool. Like that's what was so disappointing about it. You know? Okay. Go over some of this stuff. Do 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 do. Oh God. Oh yeah, Aiden. People are talking about Aiden Ross because he faked a conversation with Kim Jong Un, and people are so mad. I forgot that was why people were talking about him. Oh God, dude. Amazing. Funny joke. Mm. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Okay. Kim Jong Un must be doing interviews for my old apartment's hallway. Are you sure this is true? That's a very interesting change of heart from Tom Morello. We'll juxtapose them. Yeah, we'll see. And you know, maybe you guys will agree with him. I don't know. We'll see. Ethan is trending. Why? Tom. Well, look. The problem is I can't play Tom Cardy videos on my channel. They're DMCA'd. Unfortunately, it's why I haven't. It's why I haven't been playing Tom Cardy videos. Yeah, it's a real bummer. 'Curses the DMCA gods. All right. Well, let's just dive into it. Let's just see what we got in the old bag of tricks, huh? You know, I'll be nice and I'll pan the camera down a little bit. There you go. DMCA. I don't know what happened with Tom Morello. We'll find out. But first, we're going to start out with this really fun thing that got announced today that I had no idea was coming, and that's rare for me in the video game industry. They're going to make a new Hobbit game. It appears to be some sort of story-driven narrative adventure game, and you know what? Where you play as a hobbit in the Shire, and you know what? I'm really here for that. This is a delightful concept, and I'm glad it's being made. Tales of the Shire. I have a bit more faith in this game. It comes from Weta Workshop and Private Division, both companies that generally do pretty okay work. So I don't know. This just seems really cute. I'm excited for it. I'm sad this isn't a Gollum sequel. Well, we all know that that game was dead on arrival. It's just cute. I like it. It sounds so peaceful, right? Aw.
Lord of the Rings nerd Jack.
I am a huge Lord of the Rings nerd. I literally have like really nice versions of the books, thanks to my lovely partner, and also like a wood cheese board with a map of Middle Earth etched into it. And it's great. It's one of my favorite things. Okay, we also have other big, kind of earth-shattering news to talk about briefly. Um, folks, Rupert Murdoch, we did it! We outlasted the bastard! He's still alive, but he's no longer in charge of Fox. Which, you know what? Is pretty amazing. I'm pretty happy about that. Though there is a reason we're not playing the crab rave music, and that's because his son Lackland Murdoch is now taking over, and he's unfortunately worse than Rupert Murdoch. He's a far more extreme conservative. So it's kind of like we defeated a dragon, and then there's an even bigger dragon behind the first dragon. Um, so yeah, yeah. It's just a literal dynasty. Well, yeah, a lot of these major companies are, you know. Also, you know, I just have to say, also, he looks like such a little weirdo. He somehow looks like a little boy who like never grew up, just got bigger. I don't know. It just kind of looks weird. Yeah, and I don't know. Lackland's just a much bigger and crueler force, I think, than even his father, which is saying something. Also, apparently, just because he's gone doesn't mean he's really gone. He said in a statement about his retirement, I can guarantee you that I will be involved every day in the contest of ideas. Our companies are communities, and I will be an active member of our community. I will be watching our broadcasts with a critical eye, reading our newspapers and websites and books with much interest. So, he might not technically have any input anymore, but realistically, he's probably still going to have input over the programming at Fox. So it's not really a huge departure, I guess. Yes, his stink cannot be washed away. Exactly, postmodern Prometheus. Literally, this piece from the AP, it uh, it writes, when Murdoch dies, control of the Fox Empire will revert to his four children, each of whom has an equal say in the business. That's when the new chapter begins. So literally, we have to wait for him to die. That his death will be the actual, beginning of a new era at Fox, and we'll see what happens. But until then, he's basically still running the show, or his worst son is. So that's just kind of where we are with that. But it will be fun. It will be fun when he dies, specifically because apparently his company gets split between his four children, um, with each having an equal share in the company. So that could be some fun. I don't know, dynastic infighting. What could go wrong? Indeed, indeed. It's like when you kill a spider and a swarm of baby spiders come out. Yeah. Hey, Akigo Corgi. Oh, that's what I was looking for. I was looking for the other story about Sound of Freedom guy. I know where that is. Sound of Freedom guy. There we go. Do, 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 do. Nani? Ah, yes, here we go. So no chance of a succession-esque power struggle devouring the whole wretched family. Then, I mean, I think that it absolutely will. That's my guess. Like each child having their own share. Like there's going to be attempts to buy out and seize the company and whatnot. All right. So, folks, there's a movie out called Sound of Freedom. And it's the hip new conservative parents are bringing their children and their siblings and their spouses too. And everyone is in conservative circles is raving about how realistic and how it really opened their eyes to child sex abuse. And, you know, frankly, that might be due in no small part to the amount of sex abuse that the producers of the film and the inspiration for the film did, allegedly. Now, Vice News has been putting out some pretty wild stories that they've been able to get their hands on. And it seems that one of the producers behind the movie Sound of Freedom, which again is about an unaccountable organization going to foreign countries to basically do counter operations against child trafficking operations, oftentimes interfering with, you know, already existent anti-child trafficking operations in the countries they're going to. Turns out the producer of one of the producers of the film, trigger warning for sexual assault, felt the naked breasts of apparently underage trafficking victim. So, yeah, you know, just one of the producers of the movie about, you know, how trafficking is bad, literally felt up a victim of child sex trafficking. It's literally always projection with these people, you know? It's crazy. It's crazy. We'll just go over this quick. Files from a joint local and federal criminal investigation released to Vice News describe video evidence of the incident, which took place in Mexico on an Operation Underground Railroad mission. So, a couple of things just from that single sentence. So there's video of him feeling the naked breasts of a child. And it also occurred on one of these anti-child sex trafficking operations with the organization that is said to be preventing child sexual exploitation. Remember how I've talked about this organization before? I've talked about this, right? How they did really weird things. Like they would offer spots on their anti-trafficking operations to prominent benefactors. Like there was I think a coach for the Pittsburgh Steelers, I think, went on this. It was a football team anyway. I don't remember if it was the Pittsburgh Steelers exactly. And he went on one of these, and it's just kind of weird that it seemed like they were basically selling positions on these operations. So this is a lot more gross than it already seemed gross, but it's even more gross the deeper you get into it. So, no, this wasn't the director of the film. This was one of the producers, an executive producer, actually, on Sound of Freedom. His name is Paul Hutchinson. Touched the naked breasts of an apparently underage trafficking victim during a 2016 undercover operation in Cabo San Lucas in Mexico. So this is like, 7 years ago. But like, goddamn. Yeah. By the way, the footage was captured by videographers working with Operation Underground Railroad. And weirdly enough, they didn't feel the need to report that to authorities at all. Weird. The movie's not based on this dude, Archangel. This is just one of the guys.
CIA has a no diddling kids policy while undercover. Sound of Freedom guys have worse ethics than the CIA. BWA crew, where you at tonight? Let's get subs for Jack's cool new hairdo.
Oh, Gamer G, thank you for the $5 dono. No, this isn't the guy that Sound of Freedom was based on. This is the executive producer on the film. This is a different guy. We haven't even talked about the other allegations that are now going around about that guy, but we'll get to them, okay? So, yeah, no. So basically, during an investigation of Operation Underground Railroad and Ballard, I think Tim Ballard? Yeah, Tim Ballard. Uncovered this footage, but also different country. So there aren't any charges being pressed, at least at the time when the footage was initially uncovered, which is insane. You know, the only reason we know about this, by the way, is because Vice put out a request for public records. This is the only reason we know about this video. Okay? By the way, within the organization and by Hutchinson himself, the victim in the video was known to be about 16 years old. And the use of the word "about" there is pretty disturbing as well, because that could go to 15. And apparently, Operation Underground Railroad was really surprised when this footage came out, because they thought they had destroyed it, which is weird. You destroyed evidence of an adult man touching the naked breasts of a child. Nah, what the fuck? Yeah, no, exactly. And by the way, we know, while we don't have the videos public, what we know from Vice's reporting and what they were able to get their hands on, there are detailed notes about the videos written by investigators. So, yeah, apparently the notes on this particular video...
Mommy's lovely new hairdo.
Thank you for the 3 gifted subs. You know, I might need to turn off text-to-speech for some of these streams. But apparently, in the notes on one of these videos, Hutchinson is on camera worrying about whether or not he could be prosecuted by Mexican police and authorities for, you know, inappropriately touching an underage child. So, it also shows, apparently, Matt Osborne, a man who works for Operation Underground Railroad, basically saying, It's all right. It's fine. This video's not going to be shown to the U.S. government. It's fine. It's fine. And this guy named Matt Osborne, he currently runs Operation Underground Railroad. He's the COO actually and president. Cool. Yeah. And yeah, real entrepreneur. Yeah. I just can't, man.
Getting in before we lose TTS. Acknowledge me chat mommy, boo woo, smiley face.
Boo woo indeed. Wait, Salmon Moose, I misread that. I thought that said one gifted sub, and then I realized there were way too many names. Thank you for the 15 gifted subs. That is incredibly generous of you. Taking out the unsubbed with just a massive barrage. I see. Thank you so goddamn much. That is incredibly generous of you. Thank you. Um. Anyway, everything I just said, by the way, is disputed by Hutchinson, who said that he swore an affidavit to Mexican federal police that the, again, sex trafficked child whose breasts he touched was over 18. So that somehow makes that better, I guess. And oddly enough, he has not responded to requests for comment to this story. Yeah. Also, this isn't the only video in question. Because Hutchinson was actively participating in the operation at the time. And he posed as a wealthy sex tourist. And when he was talking to a sex trafficker, he kept asking for younger and younger, girls to be shown to him. And in the video, the trafficker asks others around him to find, girls as young as 14 years old to give to this man. Yeah. Now, you might be saying, well, maybe he just had the best of intentions. Maybe he never intended to, touch children, or he was trying to sell the bit so he could save more children. But here's the thing, guys. There are ways to run anti-sex trafficking operations that don't involve sexually touching minors. There are ways to do that. And basically at every single point that we've talked about our Operation Underground Railroad, we find that there are just other organizations who combat sex trafficking, look at their operations and go, this is absolutely not how this is done. They are at best bumbling around in very delicate situations and sometimes leading to decent results. At worst, they are getting more children sex trafficked and helping organizations escape from being busted for sex trafficking. And yes, not a single method that reputable organizations do involves sexually touching children. There's not a single part of any of these operations where it's okay for like an undercover agent. Well, oh yeah, as long as, you know, if it's to keep your cover, you have sex with children. No, that doesn't happen. That's not how you do that. That's not a defense for that. God. So, yeah. Yeah, I'm just gonna read through this particular part of the transcript here. All right. Files obtained by Vice News consist of audio transcripts and timestamped descriptions of what investigator Brian Purdy of the Davis County Attorney's Office saw while reviewing the footage, which Operation Underground Railroad, according to an investigator's note, believed it had scrubbed. A description of one video, which was, going by its associated file name, taken in February 2016 using an earphone cam, starts, quote, Paul Hutchinson and his team are standing in the street area talking with local men. They cross the street and go into a club where females are seen walking toward them down a staircase. A female, the description, which like the others in this story we are reproducing verbatim aside from minor redactions complete with typographical and grammatical errors, reads, gets to the bottom of the stairs and there is an adult male standing to her left side. The male is wearing a light-colored shirt with long sleeves and a necktie. The male uses both of his hands to lift the female's shirt up to her shoulders, exposing her naked breasts. While he continues to hold the female's shirt up with both hands, another adult male approaches them directly in front of the female. This male, identified as Paul Hutchinson based on his own statements on a phone call to Matt Osborne, is wearing a light-colored shirt with short sleeves. Paul approaches the female and lifts both of his hands and places them on each of the female's naked breasts. The female uses her hand to push down Paul's hands and pulls her shirt down. There's another female standing above them, higher on the stairway, wearing a dark-colored skirt/shorts and a dark-colored tube-top shirt. Paul leans in and kisses the first female on the side of the cheek, read the investigator's notes. Adult male in the white shirt, according to the description, goes outside with Hutchinson and his team. Quote, you want more touch, feel, oh no, more touch, he says. Another man says, you like more 16. Unquote. And that he can provide IDs. Hutchinson pays one of these men, which isn't made clear in the description, money and says, for showing them to me right there. So, again, in the recording, the man goes on to say, another girl like her, 16, she's 16. Yeah, also afterwards, and this appears to be members of the team talking with each other. Quote, let's get the hell out of here. Hutchinson is heard saying, yeah, let's get out of here. I'm down $1,000. For $1,000, you got your hands on some breasts, says a male voice. and the group laughs. What was I going to do? Asks a second male voice, whose words are described as being interrupted repeatedly by laughter. Okay, she's 16. Here, feel them. They're nice. I'm like, shit, those are 16. Unquote. You think they're underage, huh? Said the first male voice. Oh yeah, says a third male voice. I would put money on that. The men continued their discussion for a bit before the first male voice says, yeah, those girls were young, man. Quote, I don't know how wise it was to grab that girl's boobs, though, says the second male voice. Quote, you didn't get that on video or anything, did you? So, yeah. Man. Also, if you'll notice, at no point in that conversation was he at all prompted to feel up a 16-year-old child. He just did that. And then afterwards, they laughed about it together. I'm guessing actual specialists who work on this issue don't literally put money in the hands of pimps. I mean, they might put a small amount of money in the hands of pimps, but they don't actually have sex with sex trafficking victims. That's fucky? It's fucky as hell, dude. In a statement to Vice News, Hutchinson wrote, in regards to the undercover mission in Cabo San Lucas, 23 victims were liberated and some very bad men are now in prison. Your reference to the trafficker testing our legitimacy is a non-story. I have a sworn affidavit by the federal police saying she was over 18, which I gotta tell you guys, and we should all know this by now. Anyone can say anything in an affidavit. An affidavit isn't evidence. The only thing an affidavit is something that says you said something. That's it. that's all that means. He's a very bad dude. If I remember correctly, one investigation tactic is saying you're getting the victim for a client. Diddling kids is not part of the plan in any way. No, it's not. And guys, like, I've this isn't just like one incident, by the way. There's at least 5 different videos covered by Vice here. In another video here from February 28th, 2016, a phone call between Hutchinson and Matt Osborne. Again, Matt Osborne is currently the head of Operation Underground Railroad. Osborne talks to the videographer filming the call about the hard drive containing the footage he's shot, at which point Hutchinson brings up the incident at the club. During the conversation, he refers to himself in the third person as Paul Stone, a reference, according to Purdy's description of the video, to the alias he used while undercover, and asks if he's, quote, gonna get in big trouble from the Mexican authority for touching a 16-year-old on film. So, yeah. Yeah. This is a direct quote. When you get the hard drive, I have to confess to something, he says, according to a transcript. But I believe that it helped to make them really believe that we weren't a police officer in any way. Starts to laugh. We're taken to the strip club. Paul laughs again, as well as the man next to him, which I can't believe other people are laughing about this incident, which is insane to me if you're an anti-trafficking organization, but okay. Okay, so this is the very first time we saw that V was vetting is out, and he took us to the strip club, and the owner of the strip club brought down the minors, and the very first time V's shown us any minors, and brought down these minors while Paul Stone, referring to himself as the undercover name he was going by, is standing there at the bottom of the stairs. These two girls working the strip club, there's two minors come down, and the owner of the strip club pulls up one of their shirts and grabs one of Paul Stone's hands and places it on her breast, so it's on the video. I just want to find out if I'm gonna get in big trouble from the Mexican authority for touching a 16-year-old on film. Like, you can tell how nervous he is, and also, we know from the previous video, and from the previous video's transcript, that no one reached out and put his hand on a 16-year-old's breast. He's already lying here to cover his own ass, because he knows Paul Stone walked up and grabbed an underage child's breasts. Is it clear that they pulled your hand there? Asks Osborne in the copy of the description obtained by Vice News. This entire passage is highlighted, and the word lie is written next to it, with a margin note reading, Paul puts both hands on voluntarily. Those appear to be an investigator's notes. The Davis County Attorney's Office did not respond to requests for comment. Like, even the investigator was like, Weasley fucking liar, dude. It's not clear on the video, says Hutchinson. I was standing on the side, and he grabbed the hand from down on the right hand, on my right hand side, as he pulled up her shirt and put him up. Paul then raises his hands, his right hand while holding the phone, then raised his left hand in a motion of grabbing with his hand. And so we feel like if we were all there, and we all feel like if I had hesitated, and oh yeah, I'm not really interested. By the way, I'm reading this verbatim. I'm not inserting these ums and ahs. That these are in there. These are in the transcript. And so we feel like, and if we were all there, and we all feel like, if I had hesitated, and oh yeah, I'm not really interested in touching that right now, as he was pulling it up, I think it would have thrown up a lot of red flags. But that is on the hard drive. I just wanted to run that by and see what your thoughts are. God damn, dude. Peer pressure? No! There was no peer pressure. From what I know, none of the other guys were, like, touching this girl's breasts. Is Vice copyright? Going over an article is not copyright, no. Vice videos might be, but I'm not sure. This is how a nervous person talks? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Jesus Christ. Osborne replies, yeah, I don't think at this point that will be an issue. Maybe if it was the Mexicans, and we're sending it just the Mexicans. I don't want this video to be to HSI, the U.S. Embassy, because I'm sure, and I've done it before too one time, I'm sure that technically you guys probably entrapped some of these people. Try not to, yeah, and I've done it before accidentally, so I'm just content that is not an issue. So, you know, that's just the president of Operation Underground Railroad casually dropping the, oh yeah, I've also touched underage girls. It's no biggie, man. It's just the Mexican government. Whom among us hasn't sexually assaulted a minor who's being sex trafficked? Let him cast the first stone. Jesus Christ, dude. These people are evil. These people are evil. Like using the aegis of, like, being anti-child sex trafficking and then going and, like, feeling up sex trafficked children. Like, Jesus Christ, dude. Starts throwing stones, yeah. A man, again, this is a full room of people, by the way. We're not even done with this section. I think this is one of the most damning parts of this particular video. A man sitting on a couch in the video, according to the description, tells Hutchinson, the only thing you have to do is not tell your bishop. The video ends with Hutchinson laughing. It was all just a big joke, just a big jokey joke to sexually assault children who were being sex trafficked already. So this is there's another video, but that last video is like basically Hutchinson and another member of the operation talking with a trafficker and asking for younger and younger and younger and younger girls until the trafficker's like, man, pay me like $60. I'll find you more girls who are like 16, 15, 14. Yeah. It was clear something was real sus when they sold out empty theaters for their garbage. Then the financiers got heat. Now it's really looking like some trash cans really to cover their asses by finger pointing and virtue signaling or just wanting to grift the conservative talking points. Yeah. Oh, God, dude. Good night, Todd Pemper. So, basically, after the publication of this article, Operation Underground Railroad reached out to Vice to add additional comment, saying that Matt Osborne promptly notified the Mexican Federal Police after an Operation Underground Railroad employee told him about the incident. The statement adds that Mexican police investigated the incident and did not press charges as the woman was an adult, but adds that Hutchinson's actions do not represent Operation Underground Railroad's standard operating procedure and were inappropriate regardless if the woman was an adult or not. Which, yeah, feeling up a sex trafficked adult is still pretty bad. But also, there was a lot of evidence in there that, at least at the time, he believed he was, at the very least, sexually assaulting a child. And also, afterwards, believed he had sexually assaulted a child, which is why he brought up, much later, being worried about that footage. So, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, she's not a child. She's a 500-year-old dragon. They pulled an anime. Oh, God, dude. So that's the end of that story. Or is it? It's not. Because guess what? Also, the guy that Operation Underground Railroad's movie, Sound of Freedom, the guy that movie is based on, Tim Ballard, left the organization because he was sexually assaulting people. And again, this comes courtesy of Vice News. Tim Ballard's departure from Operation Underground Railroad followed sexual misconduct investigation, which is interesting. And we're just going to go through this one. It's a bit quicker. But basically... Oh, and by the way, this is important to know because Tim Ballard is currently prepping to try and replace Mitt Romney as a U.S. Senator. So, this is something we should just know, to be aware of our political landscape, I guess. Yeah, so Vice News got a hold of several people with direct knowledge of Operation Underground Railroad. And, apparently, Tim Ballard, when he went on these Operation Underground Railroad operations, when he went to foreign countries, he would often get women who were either volunteers or members of Operation Underground Railroad to go with him and pose as his wife. And while on these operations, he would then try to coerce them into doing things they were uncomfortable with, like sharing a bed with him or showering naked together, while trying to say that it was very necessary for this to happen, because if they didn't, the traffickers would know that they were on an operation, that they were doing a sting. Which, again, if any of you know anything about anti-sex trafficking operations, sorry, agents on those aren't sleeping together to fulfill some ruse. That's not a thing that you do. Like, like, on top of that, just imagine being, like, a woman in that situation, where, like, this guy brings you to a foreign country, and you are now in a fairly dangerous situation. And the guy who's there, who's supposed to, like, keep you safe and have your back, is basically trying to get you to strip in front of him while he's claiming it's the only way you'll be safe. And by the way, this is the guy played by Jim Caviezel in the movie. This is the guy Jim Caviezel plays. He is said to have sent at least one woman a photo of himself in his underwear, covered in fake tattoos. And he asked another one, how far is she willing to go to save children? Implying, having sex with him in order to save children. Like that's the argument he was making to these women. Like, oh, you have to save, in order to save the kids, you have to sleep with me. All told, there are 7 women reportedly involved. However, a lot of the evidence indicates that there could be many, many more women involved. Yeah. Currently, we only know of 7 who were employees, but that doesn't include volunteers or contractors, and we know that Operation Underground Railroad had a ton of those. So, yeah. So, when reached out to for comment, Operation Underground Railroad said to Vice, Tim Ballard resigned from OUR on June 22nd, 2023. He is permanently separated from OUR. OUR is dedicated to combating sexual abuse and does not tolerate sexual harassment or discrimination by anyone in its organization. OUR retained an independent law firm to conduct a comprehensive investigation of all relevant allegations, and OUR continues to assess and improve the governance of the organization and protocols for its operations. To preserve the integrity of its investigation and to protect the privacy of all persons involved, OUR will not make any further public comment at this time. OUR is confident in its future as the leading organization committed to combating sex trafficking and saving children who have been captured and sold into slavery. And if you have to sexually assault some of those children in order to save them, apparently that's fine with the organization because of the aforementioned Paul Hitchinson story we just covered. So, oh, you are a creep? True. Oh, you are a creep. Yeah. So, yeah. However, that was the official statement that OUR put out. The unofficial statement has apparently been floating around in local Utah circles for several months. And this is kind of the inside story here. Because it's professionally accusing Ballard of sexual harassment. So I'm going to quote. I'm just going to read it here. This is the letter that's been going around. Several weeks ago, an OUR employee who accompanied Tim on an undercover operation filed a sexual harassment complaint against him with OUR's HR department. This resulted in an extensive internal investigation into Tim and his individual operational tactics and led to more women speaking up as part of the investigation process. It was ultimately revealed through disturbingly specific and parallel accounts that Tim had been deceitfully and extensively grooming and manipulating multiple women for the past few years with the ultimate intent of coercing them into to participate in sex acts with him under the premise of going where it takes and doing whatever it takes to save a child. Is Jim Caviezel just an actor in all this, or is he a tradcath fascist too? I don't know if he's a tradcath, but I do know he is a full-on QAnon nut. We covered an interview he had on Steve Bannon's War Room podcast, and like he's basically a rambling lunatic on that. The letter further said that OUR's board and lawyers had made agreements preventing executives from discussing the circumstances of Ballard's exit from the organization he founded, making it virtually impossible for them to defend the organization against Tim's false narratives. So basically, this letter is trying to say that they can't directly contradict anything that Tim is saying publicly because of the organization's lawyers. So, yeah. And to be fair and balanced, here's Tim Ballard's response to these allegations, where he says, "As with all the assaults of on my character and integrity over many years, the latest tabloid-driven sexual allegations are false. They are baseless inventions designed to destroy me and the movement we have built to end the trafficking and exploitation of vulnerable children. During my time at OUR, I designed strict guidelines for myself and our operators in the field. Sexual contact was prohibited, and I led by example. Given our meticulous attention to this issue, any suggestion of inappropriate sexual contact is categorically false. The Spear Fund strongly encourages journalists to watch this recent episode of the highly respected Marisol Nichols podcast, which offers specific context around the child rescue operations process," and then a link to a YouTube video. But, it's really worth noting that if nothing at all was wrong, he wouldn't have left Operation Underground Railroad. The organization he built up over many years dedicated to saving children, he wouldn't have left that voluntarily if there wasn't a big internal investigation, which is absolutely something that happened. But also, we know he's full of shit because other members of his organization and other people on these operations literally sexually assaulted children. Yeah, exactly, Gamer G. If nothing was wrong, he would shut the fuck up and hire a lawyer and go through defamation steps. But he's not doing that because he knows. He knows he's full of shit. Oh, God. That story was a lot more intense than I intended to open show with. But, I think it's really important to know. And frankly, my more conservative-minded viewers who've, full-throatedly defended this film, just want you to know the organization it's portraying a lot more scummy in reality than it is in a movie about how awesome it is. Okay? So, there we go. Is the story over? Yes. End segment. Jaubrey released a video on Pearl. Maybe we'll watch that later. Can I stitch my ears back on? Yes. Oh no, I'm out of normal water. I'll have to get fizzy water. Okay, how we doing, folks? I like my spicy water, what can I say? Also, chat, we have been streaming now for an hour and 40 minutes. If you've been enjoying the show or finding it interesting or getting anything out of it, please hit the follow button on Twitch. Consider hitting the subscribe button on YouTube. Hit the like button on the YouTube stream. And consider coming on over to riverboat.gg and dropping some subs or donos, because that really, really, really helps me to not die. But you can also drop subs or donos on Twitch or YouTube. I just get a smaller cut from either of those. I need a fucking joint after that Seggy. I need an edible after that Seggy. Thought that was an air purifier you pulled the water from? No, it's just a Brita water filter. It'd be cool. You know, it would be cool if we could just pull water out of the air and drink it. That'd be sweet. Also, I don't know that I tweeted out that I was streaming. Did I not tweet out my stream? I don't think I did. Oh my god. Oh my god, people don't even know. People don't even know. Oh god. People don't even know that I'm hot as hell. Oh god. My face looks so goony. That's fine. I'll use that one. This is why you have the Discord bot running? True. Truth. Yeah. Okay. Hey, get in the stream and make your brain wrinkle, use smoothies. We are talking about politics. Little cat face. Then get in the boat. Riverboat.gg. There we go. Whoo! But yeah, I think my hair growing out has been relatively successful. I have so much of it. Dehumidifiers exist. Do not recommend drinking the water. Well, yeah, no. It'd be cool if we could have a dehumidifier, but the water was drinkable, you know? Good night, Mithril Mist. But yeah, I went to, as a little bit of a breather, I went to get my hair done yesterday, and usually that's something that stresses me the hell out. And it did stress me the hell out. But it was also one of the first times I've gone into the salon. Because I go to kind of like, I get my hair cut like once every 4 months or so. Um, and so like I go into a kind of a nice like girly place. And it was the first time going in there where I was like, I don't feel horribly out of place. And I got compliments on my outfit by like 3 different people who were like helping me out, and like my shoes, my shirt, my hair, my eyebrows. Like that was really really nice. And it was like when I go into like a social situation, usually I'm stressed out. And if it's like something I've done before that has stressed me out in the past, I get like really hyped up on the anxiety energy. But then like nothing bad happened and I felt really good about myself. And I took like a short nap and like all of that anxiety energy came out and I just like could not function the other night. So thank you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I missed a stream, folks. Is what I'm getting at. Need to get my hair and eyebrows done bad. I've never had my eyebrows done. It's something I've thought about, but just hasn't happened. Also, my boobs are boobing along very boobily. I'm a fan. We'll forgive you, Jack. This time. Also, okay, chat. I have a very, very important question to chatters, okay? Okay, chat, I'm about to run a poll in riverboat.gg chat, okay? If you would like to vote, head over to riverboat.gg, okay? You'll have like 30 seconds. But this is very important, chat. Which would you prefer that we do for our next subathon? Do you guys want Gordo or do you want Peepo's Court? You may vote now. Choose wisely. Don't know what those are? Gordo is when we watch episodes of Nightmare Kitchen or Kitchen Nightmares. And Peepo's Court is where we watch episodes of The People's Court and use Twitch channel points to gamble on the outcomes. It's pretty fun. Stop the count. Oh man, so many people don't know what they are. We need to do them. We need to do them. Okay, we'll do a Peepo's Court. That will be a good introduction for folks who have no idea what those are. Jack has every right to be proud of these boobs. True. I worked hard on these. We do have a lot of new little chat friendos. It's great. I love you guys. You know, as a no, I can't do it. I can't do it on we can't do that because we're on YouTube right now. But we'll show you guys some ways around the Peepo's Court, okay? You guys will enjoy it, I think. All boobas are beautiful. True. We need a recap episode. I only watch Peepo's Court with you. I mean, I only watch People's Court with you guys. It's not a show I watch in my free time. But watching it with you guys makes it so much more fun. You deserve to feel good about yourself. You're absolutely beautiful. Thank you. Social situations are indeed very anxiety inducing. Well, yeah, and it took me a long time to realize, I only realized within like the last couple years, like, oh, I'm on the spectrum, so it makes sense that social situations are somewhat difficult for me. I'm not super at ease in large groups of people I don't know. But it's so much more fun to bet on it. It is, even with imaginary just channel points. No self-hate allowed in this chat. True! Y'all can only self-love, but not in that way. Okay. Good to know. I'm never at ease. I always have the vague feeling that something's wrong. Alright. Folks, do you guys want to go over the debate Charlie Kirk had with Benny Carollo? Would you guys enjoy that? Yeah? Okay. We'll do it. I need to get water though. Oh. 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 My bones. It'd be my third time seeing it. If you knew a dog named Bump of Chicken, what dog breed do you imagine? I imagine a tiny Yorkshire Terrier. Pretty sure we've seen that debate before on stream. Have we? I don't remember it. Like maybe we'll just jump into it and we'll see what we get. If we have done it before, I don't know that it ever became a video.
Well, it's very interesting that you bring that up because the truth of the matter is, if you look at the people, right, if you look at the denazification of Western Europe, what you end up having is you have a lot of people like, for example, right, like Nazi government officials that get put in charge of West Germany, right? Then you have Nazi officials that get put in charge of institutions like NATO, and then you have a lot of these Nazis that quite literally set up institutions, right, that put out information.
We have watched this. I genuinely have no memory of this, but if you guys say so, I do not remember this at all. Goodness. Was it just like such a shit show that like my brain evaporated it like the little clicky thing from Men in Black? Oh yeah, we've seen it. Okay. Never mind. It's an insane shit show. Yeah, this might be where I got the impression that Benny was very much a tanky. Your brain cut off the neurons to that memory. Yeah, it still had some survival left in it. Oh god. Benny's a tanky. Yeah, look, I mean, folks, when people minimize like I don't know, when people are talking about like poor people in China like doing well, that means like, well, they're good. They're not capitalist. Frankly, they've already told you everything that you need to know about them. You know, like if somebody who's ostensibly on the left is talking about how communist China is, they have told you everything you need to know about them. She got paid $3,000 for that interview. I mean, I guess get paid, but I don't think, you know what? I don't think I would. I don't know how comfortable I would be accepting payment to go on someone's show. You know? I don't know how good I would feel about. But also, I've never gotten an offer like that, so maybe I'd take it. Like if I was planning to go on the show anyway. But like, I think I would definitely prep a bit. She bragged about traction on her OnlyFans after Keffels reacted to the debate. Oh, cool. She said the USSR was a successful socialist project. Oh no. Oh no. North Korea was a good example of a successful socialist country. Yeah, guys, look, when you hear people say stuff like that, you need to GTFO, okay? You need to get the fuck out of that. Whatever that is. There's an epidemic of trans women being tankies. Yeah, I honestly have no idea what it is. You know, like, honestly, I mean, kind of what it is like, I do know what it is, actually. What it is that trans women tend to be pretty dissatisfied, and trans people in general tend to be pretty dissatisfied with the state of capitalism. And, however, due to lack of education or just simply not giving a fuck enough about it, they settle into a vaguely leftist, socialist aligning position, and then just go completely off the rails because they don't actually know their history. Oh yeah, and American diabolism is rampant. Yeah, of course. Of course. Well, look, I mean, capitalism sucks. Don't get me wrong, that part is correct. But you can say capitalism sucks and we should have a better system without then going on to justify, like, you know, the atrocities of Stalin, or like the mass purges of Mao, or the famines under Stalin and Mao. Like, you can acknowledge socialism is a better system without being like, and yeah, these authoritarians who ran state capitalist governments, they were really socialist. And it's like, no, socialism isn't actually state capitalism. It's not. You can't just say, oh, the people run the factory, but the people is actually just state officials who the people are like infinitely divorced from. Real shit, without y'all streamers, I would assuredly become a tanky. Well, VCC TV, thank you for fighting the good fight and retaining your sanity. Socialism is when no workers' rights and social conservatism. Yeah, socialism is when the gays are persecuted, which is why, for some reason, trans people are all about trans tankies are all about Mao and Stalin and shit. It's like, man, do you know what they did? Do you know what they did to gay people? It wasn't great. It was a great time. Hey, Forlorn. And yes, thank you for people in chat congratulating me on my partner-versary. I have been a Twitch partner, I think, for 2 years now, or a year now. One of those. And thanks for being with me on the ride, folks. And if any of you would like to drop some subs or donos, I would very much appreciate it. China too. Well, yeah, Mao. I mentioned Mao. All she needed to do for her appearance to be a net positive was to counter the perception that anti-capitalism is gulags, and instead she defended gulags by name. Yeah, like that's the thing, Beortrix Rex. Like, we don't need to defend gulags, and we don't need to defend the USSR, and we don't need to defend like North Korea. We don't need to defend China. Like, why die on this hill? Why? Don't. You don't have to. Go to any other hill. Charlie Kirk won that debate by sitting there and smugly laughing. September is still going for another week. True. If you're a prison abolitionist, you should probably not defend super death prisons. Ah, yes, the super death prisons. I, a prison abolitionist, watched the movie Dread, and I think, boy howdy, that's how I'd like my prison abolitionist society to be. Did you watch the debate? I think we already watched the debate, LB. We watched it like maybe a year ago, but I just completely blocked it from my brain. At least be a Vietnam and or Cuba inspired tanky. I'd accept a Cuba inspired tanky far more than I'd accept like a Vietnam inspired tanky. Like Vietnam is not socialist. It's a fucking capitalist country. Cuba has some base things going on, but also is not great in many respects. Cuba. Now I hate this country too, but it's not enough for me to to love those other countries. Well, I mean, like, Cuba's definitely trying it. It's just hampered by the fact that it's been, you know, basically blockaded by the US for like 70 goddamn years. Keffels did a video on Benny the other day. Should I watch the Keffels video, or should I watch the like, should I just go straight to the sauce? Yeah, watch the Keffels. It does sound like infighting. However, I do feel the need to inoculate some members of my audience from, you know, being led astray. I don't want to watch the Jobbery video today, Archangel. I don't got a brain for pearly things today. Like, see, there are few people who push my buttons as effectively as pearly things. And just, like, it just makes me, like, tired. You know? Like, it doesn't make me mad. It just makes me tired. Because, like, I can tell what she's doing. It's not interesting. You know, like, that's part of the issue with covering pearly things. She's not interesting. She's just saying things. You know? Like, she's the conservative equivalent of, like, a million monkeys at a million typewriters. like there's nothing interesting to like dig into there, because it's just, you know, word association at this point. Yeah, we're not going to watch Keffels going through that debate. But I thought someone said there was a different Keffels video. I do like Keffels. Keflaz. Yes. Oh, that's right. She has a second channel. I was like, Why haven't there been any videos on Keffel's YouTube? But it's Keffel's Live now, baby.
I don't like a
Ah. Do, 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 do. Also, chat, this is your top of the hour ad break. Hello, my name's Riverboat Jack, and I'm someone who makes content on the internet. And if you like my content, consider dropping subs or donos. You can head over to riverboat.gg and click the subscribe button at the top of the screen, and then you can gift subs to people who are unsubbed and shamed by their white name in chat. Yes. Come over here and do that, because over here we get a larger cut of the revenue. We get 100% as opposed to half of it over on Twitch. So consider doing that. And also, hi! I like being alive and having health insurance, and you can help make that continue to be a reality. Anyway, I found the video. However, I point blank, if you guys ever try to make me watch another Yankee Tanky video, or like the video where Keffels is like debating some like genocide denier, I will ban you. I won't actually ban you, but I'm not going to do that. Don't bring it up as a possibility, because I don't need brain cancer. I don't need that in my life. All right.
video is called No, Socialism Hasn't Failed. Let me see if the audio is good.
Why are there so much?
Yeah, that's fine.
Why are there so much fewer?
God, the React Inception on the screen right now. Jesus Christ, dude. I'm sorry. This is chaotic. This is chaotic as hell.
Interest in specifically socialism, like, because we live in a weird era where pretty much everyone is willing to say that they don't like capitalism.
What?
Right? We live in a weird era where pretty much everybody is willing to say that they don't like capitalism.
What? I mean, I think a lot of people would say they're dissatisfied with what's going on in their lives financially. I don't know that everyone is on board the socialism train or on board the don't like capitalism train. Most people don't even really think about what capitalism is. Or when they think of capitalism, they just think about buying and selling things.
But why are there so many people?
I actually don't know if that's true. I think that she's talking about people who are on the left or people who call themselves progressives. I don't think that the average person actually cares that much.
Yeah, exactly. 100%. I mean, I think if you, like, put a gun to, like, the average person's head, I think most of them would say they want capitalism, and if they're, politically aware enough, they're probably like, well, I want capitalism, but, like, how they do it in Norway. Like, that's what most people would say if you, like, really press them on it.
Who are unwilling to say that they support. So,
and by the way, I think that's largely born out of, like, just not knowing what socialism is or how that would be better or how it could be done in a realistic way, So, like, part of what I try to do on my channel is tell people it's possible to do socialism, and here's how we can do it, with democratic worker co-ops and, like, shifting our economic priorities over time. Like, there are tangible policies we can enact to get more, business structures in America owned and operated by the workers, as opposed to outside capitalists who don't give a fuck about the final product or consumers.
Socialism or communism, right? Why? Well, it's because a lot of people have been
By the way, I just noticed something that in the background of this video, she is watching a Second Thought video. And now remember, to the people who are here who are unaware, Second Thought is a Marxist-Leninist YouTuber, a very big YouTuber on the left. He's on the Deprogram Pod with Yagopnik and Hakeem, who are all—
Oh, I didn't actually know that. I didn't know that Second Thought was on a podcast with Hakeem. But that makes their videos make a whole lot more sense. Like a lot of these like Marxist-Leninist YouTubers tend to fall into tankyism, and also tend to all be in the same social group. It's weird.
also Marxist-Leninist YouTubers. He has appeared in Communist Party USA conferences to basically both sides, the invasion of Ukraine, and to try to equally put blame on the Ukrainian people for being invaded. I'm just gonna go. I just wanted to give people the context here for the people who are unaware of this.
Tricked into thinking that socialism is a failed experiment, right? That, oh, well, the USSR collapsed, so that means that socialism is a failed experiment. And this is fundamentally why I spend so much time talking about countries like North Korea. Why I talk.
We're off to an interesting—
Wait, she did a misinformation speech for the international communist thing on Ukraine? Or he did? Ah, gotcha. Second Thought. Gotcha.
start here.
Talk about China, why I talk about Cuba, right? Because fundamentally, who has it better,
What?
chat? Who has it better? The
What?
poorest
Oh my God.
person in China or
Oh
the
my God,
poorest
dude.
person in the United States?
Oh my god, dude! Did I call this or did I call it, man? I called this argument. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
Fundamentally, at the end of the day, who is living a better life? The poorest person in China or the poorest person in the United States?
It doesn't get any better? Okay, excellent.
The answer,
Is
in my opinion,
she going to elaborate on this point?
is undeniable that the poorest person in China is living a better life than the poorest person in the United States.
I really I would really love data points on that. I like did she go to China and interview the poorest person in China? That somebody in China was like saddled with $10 billion in debt or something?
Right? Just like
I mean, first of all, like, it's not true. There are definitely like really poor areas in the United States. There are places in the United States and in Canada.
Which, by the way, like, Keffels is 100% correct. Like, if you guys don't think that there are some, like, dirt poor areas of the United States, let me just pull this up. I was gonna actually do this as, like, content. Yeah.
I don't have any.
I was gonna go over this video. There's a channel called Peter Santinello, and he's been doing like a lot of in-depth kind of like interviews with people who live in Appalachia. And it's really, really cool. Like, it's really interesting to see. I'm gonna just pull this up.
North Carolina.
So he talked to a guy who's lived for the past half century with no electricity or no like outside support, really, just doing his thing in the middle of nowhere in Appalachia, and like, it's wild, dude.
If the grid went down, how long do you think you could sustain out here?
Me personally, probably indefinitely.
This is so cool. It's like a spaceship.
People's first thought is all the stuff they're going to have to give up. What I want to focus in is all this stuff you're going to get. Fennel, really good for digestion, and yarrow is good for wounds, and Scanaceae everybody knows about. This was a very fun project. The biggest machine that's ever been on this land would be a chainsaw.
Where do you think, as a society, where things are heading?
I was very naive when I started. It's wanting a better life, but it's also being worried that the life you have back in the city not going to work forever.
So we'll go over this sometime, but like basically some people out in Appalachia are just like they are boned, you know, and like you go out in the woods with a chainsaw and that's what you got, okay?
If it wasn't for coal mines, a lot of these people around here would be starving to death.
Feels like everybody picked up and left.
Here's him going around
I came from a long line of
an abandoned and mostly abandoned and like discombobulated rural town. But yeah, this is the poorest region in America.
drug users. I will be the first in my family to hold a college degree.
Are you the grandma of the holler?
I guess.
Massive hit to a community like this.
I want to show people that we are
Yeah, literally so poor that Walmart pulled out.
more than just drugs and coal mining.
We work hard, we support our families, and we don't let nobody step in between that.
This place got me a little emotional.
Good morning, guys. Here in Bluefield, West Virginia.
And today we have quite an adventure we're going on, driving through the south side of West Virginia, all the way over to Kentucky. And this is known, arguably, is one of the most impoverished places in the country. Now, this is former coal country. The industry was booming at one time. It's retracted quite a bit. Many people have left, but some have stayed. So today we're gonna get far out as we can, into the sticks, to meet the locals, ask the questions, learn from them.
Yeah, we'll watch these eventually. I watched a bit of some of them. They're pretty interesting. But also, like, poor people in America like have a lot of civil freedoms, and the poor people in China don't really. Was that RimWorld music playing in the video? No, that would be funny though. I went to some of the dirt poor areas of China when I visited. They lived with less, but they were more able to be self-sufficient, far more agrarian. Yeah, well, like, that's the thing, right? Like, I'm not going into it right now, but yeah.
That are absolutely third world conditions. I can't speak for the United States. I'm not from there, but, you know, from the country I used to call home, Canada.
Hey, Ryla.
A lot of people living on reserves, no access to clean drinking water. They have to fly in and out in...
Oh, yep. Good point, Josephine Lucian. If you look at the poorest towns in the U.S., many of them are in Puerto Rico. Yeah.
Boo-woo indeed.
Salmon Moose, thank you for the tier 4 sub. Let's go. Thank you very much for the support. Yeah, no, like there are homeless people in China. There are like people suffering without like resources in China. Like, and you know what? Oftentimes, if they're being inconvenient enough to the state, they'll just get swept up by police and thrown into prison. You know, like, it's not great. My town, you either have people in antebellum mansions or rent shacks. If you're well off like me, you have a single wide. Gotcha. Hey, Austonian Knight, how you doing? There are people in prison in China. It's true. There are people in prison in China. The median income in the town my family is from in Puerto Rico is 12.5K. Damn. Yeah, Puerto Rico and basically like any area that America has turned into a territory but not into a state gets really, really shafted economically. you get expelled when you're caught on land not yours. In America, in China, they are tortured and killed. I don't know if they're tortured and killed. Like, I genuinely haven't looked into what China does with the homeless population enough, but I do know they imprison them. You know, they make sure that you know, if media's coming, no one's gonna make them look too bad. There is no poor in Ba Sing Se. Yeah.
In order to see a doctor, they rely on like food transit by plane because there's no other way to get in and out of where they live other than plane. At the same time, it's a hard argument to make because it requires you to examine so many variables. What is the infrastructure like? What is transport like? In places like China, freedom of movement is limited. In places
in a city of 4,000, there are 125 churches. That's crazy.
Like North Korea, in Cuba, in Vietnam, freedom of movement is limited. There's no...
Wait, every territory should receive statehood, in my opinion, or be given the option to be independent. Yeah, honestly, like, leaving them in kind of like a quasi situation doesn't really help, you know? Like, it's not good. It just allows more wiggle room for morally bankrupt companies to move in and just absolutely strip the natural resources and abuse the labor force.
No way to actually leave, at least in Canada and the United States. And this has been a big thing of people fleeing to the cities to escape the extreme poverty of some more rural areas. But I'm also kind of shocked that Benny makes these statements and then never elaborates on them.
For example, the poorest person in North Korea is living a much better life than the poorest person in South Korea.
What?
Right?
No. 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 Okay, there's... So, for those of you who don't know, there's kind of like a branch of tanky rhetoric where they argue that in North Korea, all of the businesses are collectively run by workers that work at that business. Except also it's an authoritarian autocratic regime with supreme authority vested in a god king who can literally just throw people into work camps and work them to death at a whim. Yeah, so the thinking here is like, well, they work in democratic worker co-ops, and yeah, their living situation day to day isn't that great, but you know, at the end of the day, even though they're all impoverished, they're working together and keeping one another alive, and that's kind of the line of thinking there. Like, oh, they have it all, you know, they make do with what they got, and what they got isn't much, but they're doing the best they can. But like, what are you doing? Why? We know that they work people to death in prison camps. We know that they are horrible to their population. And we have no actual, real, verifiable data on the everyday living conditions in North Korea because, newsflash, no one can just go around and explore North Korea because they'll be murdered. If you go to North Korea, like, I'm pretty sure you either have to have like a person who is showing you around specifically to places that they have designated for like tourism, or they have somebody like tailing you. You know, like it's one of those two things. You know, there's no other real option there. And probably also everything is bugged. Like, everything is bugged to spy on you. Also, just don't go to North Korea. It's a bad place to go. Don't do it. There's a non-zero chance that they will abduct you. International news literally went to North Korea and showed apartments for the first time, and it looked awful. North Korea allowed the media in saying, look at this cool progress. Oh no. Oh no. Dennis Rodman did. Wait. International media, North Korea apartment. Is this it? Oh, okay, wait. Is this what you were talking about? Gamer G? Kim Jong-un gives North Korea's most famous TV anchor a luxury home. Is that what you were talking about, or was it something else? National Geographic? Okay. Okay, no, this looks like it is probably from part of an actual series that I will get DMCA'd if we show any of it on stream. So, we're not gonna throw that one up. I'm sorry, folks.
Right?
Okay, this is what I mean. No one knows what the poorest region of North Korea even is. There's
True. True. We don't even know what regions poverty is located in North Korea. And my guess is all of them.
no way for you to go to North Korea and go on an unguided tour. I know people who have gone to North Korea. You can only go to the capital city of Pyongyang, and you need to be escorted by a state-approved guide at every single step. You cannot leave your hotel without someone who is a representative of the state watching over you. So how do you even make that claim?
I don't know, man. You just go based on vibes, okay? Like, you go to Pyongyang, and if you just get a good vibe, then that means socialism worked, okay? If you like, Dennis Rodman went to North Korea and he said it had good vibes, so it must have been a good socialism. It's true. Tankies do be based on vibes, though. Well, yeah, tankies are basically the astrologers of the political left. Okay, they're all about astrology, man.
Even the poorest person in a poor country like Cuba, right, is living a better life than the poorest person in the United States. This is very important.
Okay. I think I could see Cuba in this circumstance, but again, this is one of those things where you're making these huge, bold claims without actually elaborating on anything. I've been to Miami.
I don't think that Cuban poor folks are doing that great, though. Actually, I'm pretty sure that's one of the reasons why tourism is one of the biggest industries in Cuba right now. It's because they don't have anything else to rely on for their economy outside of doing doctor stuff, and even that's difficult because they can't fund their hospitals. A lot of their public healthcare is kind of falling apart because and some of their infrastructure too, because they haven't been able to build anything for decades. Well, yeah, the embargo from the United States absolutely has destroyed their economy. There's no reason for us to be embargoing Cuba anymore. None whatsoever. That's something that should have been gone yesterday. And I don't know, at this point we're just kind of doing it because it's tradition or something. Yeah, like Cuba would be doing much, much better without the embargo. It's like a perfect like trading port location. But like it can't be for as long as the US embargoes it. You're doing it so that communism can't thrive. But like I don't know enough about the internal economy of Cuba to know, but I know they participate in capitalism at least to a limited degree. I don't know how, as opposed to like with the USSR and China, like both of those engage in capitalism, right? Like I know enough about their economies to know that. I genuinely don't know how Cuba's economy works. If any of you have like a good paper I can read on like the Cuban economy or like a book or something, I would love to read that. If any of you have any suggestions in chat.
Miami. I've been to Havana. The poorest person I saw in Miami was begging.
Oh yeah, they have great doctors in Cuba. Cuba produces some of the best doctors in the world. It's just like they don't have resources.
For money on the street in order to eat. The people who are begging for money in Havana are making more than the average Cuban because the state wage in Cuba is $20 a month. Jesus. And that's not me shitting on Cuba. Cuba is a country that has struggled quite a bit economically. Cuba is a country that has been under an economic blockade by the United States, a very unjust one that hurts the average person there quite a bit. But I think that making these really bold claims without any citations or proof are...
Well, look, you know, being a leftist is all about just saying things. You know, and by saying things often enough, we make them so. Like, Cornel West can be a viable candidate for president of the United States. If we just say it enough, that will make it so. To large swaths of people on the left, okay? There is a huge number of people on the left who don't need any type of evidence to actually underpin their positions. What is dead may never die.
Are just really harmful.
Important. This is very, very important to understand because fundamentally it means that socialism is not a failed experiment.
Oh, wait. It's...
What about Marianne Williamson? What about her?
It's actually 40 US a month now, but that's still just as... Yeah, it is actually just as bad. 40 US a month is what the average Cuban gets as a wage. Like from my time talking to Cubans, being to Cuba, talking to people who every single year go on like volunteer work trips to Cuba, the majority of Cubans have to engage in black market trade to get by. They can't afford to raise their families on the state wage. There's so much black market activity for basically everything.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's similar to how in the USSR, like, you basically had to eventually, like, the only way to get, like, actual goods that you needed was to go through the black market. Like, this is not an uncommon thing, which I'm inclined to think that, like, Cuba has, like, some sort of a command economy, just based on the proliferation of a black market. That command economies and black markets tend to go hand in hand. If we could all just force the vote, Cuba would be free. Yeah, exactly. I've heard from people who either have been to Cuba or knew someone who did, the most honest analysis is their media is entirely state-controlled propaganda, and that there is not much press freedom. They run on very old tech and cars, but overall it's not bad, and the art is incredible. This was Havana, though. Well, yeah, and I mean, like, Havana's built to basically be a tourist trap. Like, in its heyday before the embargo, like, it was like, you know, the Las Vegas of the southern seas, you know, like, it was a happening place. But I don't know if that's true of other places in Cuba, you know? And people say Keffels doesn't know anything about politics. Keffels knows I will say this: Keffels knows more about politics than the vast majority of people on like BreadTube or like leftist streaming spaces. Okay, like she actually knows her shit. Probably more than Vosh. I don't, maybe more than Vosh. Though I've heard he's read all theory. Definitely more than me. Like I have a pretty honest assessment of like my knowledge and capabilities. I think Keffels knows quite a bit more than me. And that's fine. Mostly because like where I'm operating on what I'm operating on and like how I advocate is just kind of like most people can't even meet me on the basics, you know? And I just want people to know that socialism is possible, you know? Keffels is also a legend. Well, yeah, that goes without saying. It's not hard if we make BreadTube broad enough. I mean, it's not hard if we don't make BreadTube broad even.
One thing though, you see this a lot, especially in the tourist areas. People are going there panhandling just to get the tourist bucks because they know they can get a lot of money. They can get more money doing that than through working a state job in Cuba. It's a really shitty situation. And once again, pointing out that I'm not saying this in order to disparage Cuba. I think that the blockade needs to end. The blockade is very much hurting the average Cuban to the point where medical supplies, I don't know if this is still the case, but the last time I looked, like back in 2017, they were not able to get new needles in hospitals, and they had to sterilize and reuse single-use syringes in their public hospitals. It was a very bad situation. It's one thing to say they have public health care, but the quality of that health care can really range depending on what's available. There are regular shortages, like acetaminophen, paracetamol, Advil, Tylenol, any sort of headache medication is usually always in short supply. And painkillers definitely always also in short supply.
Is in fact a very, very successful program. Socialism is not a failed experiment. Socialism is in fact a very, very successful program of alleviating poverty and meeting people's needs.
That's not socialism, though. Socialism isn't when you alleviate poverty or meet people's needs. Those are things that are good to have to advance, like, socialist ideas. But socialism at its heart is about getting workers in control of the means of production, i.e., like, you know, putting them in control over their workplaces. Like, a worker in a workplace should have a say in how that workplace is run. That's what socialism is. Like, at the very baseline, that's what you have to have in order to be socialist. It's not when no poverty exists. The theory behind socialism would be when workers own and operate their own workplaces and are able to take those risks, society as a whole benefits. It wouldn't necessarily completely eliminate poverty unless we also paired policies that like encourage like democratic worker co-ops, for example, with things like socialized medicine, or like decommodified housing initiatives, or, you know, certain ways of like reorienting our energy systems and energy grid to meet people's needs. Like, these are things that alleviate the coercive power of capital, but they aren't what socialism is at the heart of it. And if you aren't willing to accept that, if you're saying like, oh, well, no, it's actually alleviating poverty, what you want is not socialism. What you want is a kinder capitalism, which is a fine thing to want, but I would disagree that is going to solve the problems. I would instead argue that like capitalism inherently will undo kind of the chains of kindness, the regulations and things that keep it controlled and kind. in order to rampage across society and reap as much profit as possible, because that's what capitalism is designed to do. You know, it's like saying, well, if we take the lion home and we train it right, it will just be a really nice lion. You know, it won't rip our faces off. It won't eat us and rip our tracheas from our bodies while we're screaming. Like it won't do that if we train it well. And then one day being surprised that a fucking lion ripped out your trachea. like it's not a sustainable system, because the thing that is being controlled inherently wants to destroy you for profit.
That is what socialism is all about.
Okay, socialism is not about poverty alleviation. Socialism is about the workers' control of the economy. The abolish.
Hell yes! Okay. See, this is why I know Keffels is a good egg, chat. This is how I know Keffels is a good egg. She actually understands what the fuck the terms mean. She knows what it means to be a socialist, which is surprisingly rare in this space. And I, as a socialist, appreciate that. I also love eggs. It's true. Keffel's good egg confirmed. Democratize the workplace. Exactly, Sochi Inertia. And thank you for being on riverboat.gg. Yeah, by the way, there are so many cool ways we can organize, you know, labor and make this something that works in the long term, you know? I was watching Vosh go over a video where Ethan Klein's one of Ethan Klein's co-hosts was like arguing, trying to convince him that socialism was the way, and Ethan was like, nah, capitalism is good though. And it's just like, part of the frustration I feel when I see those conversations is like, if you understood... Aw, very knifey duck.
Snipe.
Thank you for sniping Sochi Inertia and getting them a tier 1 sub. That's very kind of you. But like, if you understood what socialism was, right? You could get at the heart of the issue, because it's not when there are no poor people. Socialism isn't when authoritarian state capitalism. It's not when, you know, there's a command economy. These things are not socialist. Socialism at its heart is about getting workers in control over their own workplaces via democracy. It's about replacing the totalitarian structure that we currently rely on for private businesses and replacing that with democratic systems. That's all it is. And we can then reduce coercive power that capital has and give people the ability to experiment, to try new things in society and take risks, but like financial risks, like going into business in a democratic co-op. We can facilitate that, right? But it's so frustrating because people just are like, oh, well, it's when you're nice to people, but then why should somebody who is relatively pro-capitalist not just look at Norway and be like, let's have that instead? Why do we have to be socialist? And then not seeing people not have an answer for that. That's like the most basic question. It's like the next step. And it's just like, well, you have to have a rebuttal to that. And the rebuttal is what I just said. A lion is going to be a lion. Okay? Capitalism is going to be a capitalism. It's going to try and rip your face off, no matter what you try to chain it with. So that was frustrating, and I just need people to be aware. But Jack, co-op business is boring capitalist garbage. I'm going to talk about theory and shitpost online instead. Well, and that's the thing. Like, my philosophy about leftist and leftism is that you shouldn't have to be a genius. You shouldn't have had to read a ton of theory in order to wrap your head around why democracy in the workplace is a good idea. You know? And in this video where Vosh was going over it, one thing I noticed was in the video, Vosh started talking about like, oh, well, just inherently it's good because you can vote on who your boss is. And my gut instinct to that was like, well, that's one way you could set up a democratic co-op. That might not be a sustainable way to set up every democratic co-op or large democratic co-ops, but it could work on smaller scales, right? But there are a lot of different ways we could attach democracy into where people work. You know, whether that is maintaining relatively hierarchical structures, but having like, you know, essentially replacing like investors in companies and investor meetings with worker meetings, where workers are dictating what the priorities of the overall company are going to be for the next financial quarter or something, and have the ability to like voice concerns. Or we could have just a flat structure. You know, flat structures work fine for, you know, relatively small businesses. So, like, there are so many ways we could set up democratic co-ops, and I think that to some degree, we need to figure out what are the best ways to do that. And I think that means there needs to be like a period where people are experimenting with democratic worker co-ops and how to like organize. You know? Fuck the stock market. What? Who talked about the stock market? I've known a lot of union organizers who never had any theory. They're very effective socialists. Well, yeah. Ultimately, we need to have arguments that reach people who don't give a shit about theory and aren't going to read Marx. We need to parasite the current system. The execs should be elected positions. Or at the very least, whatever governing board needs to be like legally and utterly bound to the will of the workforce, you know? I'm sure, let me put it this way. There are ways you can organize a democratic co-op to have essentially direct democracy involved in like positions and decision making, and there are ways you could have a representative democracy in a company, you know? And maybe one is going to work better than the other in like certain organizational structures. That's all I'm saying. Like, there are going to be other like ways to organize companies in really interesting ways that haven't really been tried that much. Money should not be remotely allowed to vote. Nope. One worker, one vote in these companies, for sure. Fuck the stock market, distribute all the stock to the workers. You know, I understand that impulse. I don't like the stock system necessarily. I'm sure there could be a way to adapt it for a democratic co-op, but ultimately I don't like maybe when you leave the company you like can keep holding onto the shares, but you don't get more shares. Like, you get one share for every year you worked at the company or something. But when you leave the company, they become non-voting shares. Like, I don't know. There may be a way to, like, organize something like that. I'm not an expert when it comes to, like, shares. All I'm saying is there are ways we can organize it. There are very successful horizontal democratic co-ops where everyone is just equal footing. There's no hierarchy. And then there are examples of extremely complicated hierarchical democratic co-op structures. All I'm saying is, like, there are a lot of ways we could do this, and some of them involve voting in your boss, some of them don't. Who knows what might work the best? Hey, Vio Win, how you doing? Hope you're doing all right. There has to be some way to raise capital for a business. Well, okay, but I didn't mean to go on like a whole tangent about like how I would try and fix this. But again, I've talked about this before at length. That's why I think we need to, as like socialists, organize around the concept of postal banking. I think getting postal banking reinstated would go a long way to creating vehicles and delivery mechanisms for financial investment into democratic co-op creation. Because again, there's a lot of incentive for the state to invest in such organizations. but not that much for private entities to invest in such organizations. So I think having a post office bank would actually be the perfect mechanism to distribute funds to essentially provide capital, startup capital for democratic co-op businesses. I was here for one of those rants. I need to put one of those rants out in like a video that's actually accessible. So many people are just going to completely ignore a video where I'm like, I talk about democratic co-ops, because people find those boring. But I think they're basically the best vehicle we have for transitioning our economy into a worker-based economy. I'm working on some literature coming out describing exactly those co-op structures. In any decent worker co-op, you cannot sell your shares. It's kind of antithetic to the idea of workplace democracy. If you can buy up all the shares, you're rich enough, and then you just have capitalism again. Well, yeah, that's exactly it, Gamer G. So, like, my question would be, how do we convert shares into, like, money? Like what's the point of putting it in shares even if, like, you can't cash out? Or do you just cash out when you quit the company? I guess that's where I'm at. Trans economy, hell yeah. Maybe do a scripted essay. Oh god, that's so much work though. It's so much work. I say, having been streaming 3 hours of content so far. How to save the West. Oh damn, Stoudman, you are so right. You are so right. I'm gonna prep my presentation. We're gonna call it "How to Save the West." Oh god, that's gonna be an absolute banger. Thank you for the suggestion, Stoudman. 100%. That's what I'm gonna call it. I'll put like a Greek statue. I'll put a Greek statue on the cover. They say the West is falling, but I know the way to fix it. I alone can fix it. Oh no. How to save the West. Hell, I'll even give the stream that title. Yeah, a Roman statue. Yeah. Yeah. Like a cosplay Roman legionnaire. Well, shit. Rope them chuds in, let's go. Oh, they'll be so mad. I already make them so mad. Like, did you guys see the video on the YouTube that I put out, where I said pronouns are destroying Western civilization or something? That made conservatives so fucking mad. That video did numbers. Oh god. Maybe the secret to cracking the algorithm on YouTube is just portraying my videos as conservative-leaning videos, and then they click on the video and they see a big titty trans woman talking about socialism. Conservative clickbait, yeah. Titty. Well, chat, this is your top of the hour ad break. We've been going for 3 hours so far. And if you've been enjoying stream, please hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, hit the like button on the stream if you're on riverboat.gg or YouTube. Do the things, because, guys, when you do that, it does make these videos and this stream show up in conservative feeds. And we hilariously occasionally get people wandering into YouTube chat being like, why the hell did YouTube suggest I watch this here socialist? And you know what? I love it, because it gives them an opportunity to change and get better. All right? And soon, they're all about the socialism, baby. The socialiscy, as it's called by the kids these days. they get to think a bit. Maybe that's the hope. All right.
Establishment of the commodity form and a system of democratic ownership of society by the people that run it. If you
Damn, she even included the abolishment of the commodity form. That's pretty cool.
You make the argument that socialism is about poverty alleviation, you open yourself up to some pretty
Seize the means of producing. Oh god. That's how I connect with the Zoomers, chat. I just add ussy on the end of random words.
weird positions. Because then you can say that Hitler and his National Socialist Party was successful because they raised wages significantly since the days of the Weimar Republic. I also think that it's a very
they cut down on waste and just got a weirdly large influx of gold from Switzerland.
anti-communist argument.
Have I seen videos from Leah Miller? Let me see if searching that on Google like jogs my memory.
Hi there, my name's Lee.
Oh yeah, I haven't watched these videos, but I have had them recommended to me. I don't know anything about her. Them. I mean, the videos just at a glance look good. Damn, her videos do numbers too. 30-minute long segments about every week or so. That's pretty cool. She seems good. Wait, what are the channel recommendations? About lawyer, legal history. Okay, she's a she, her. What's tablerock.com? Go check that out. Alright. Wait, what is this? Okay. So, I'm not sure how I feel about this. She seems to be using like this company to boost her engagement. I mean, I guess that's fine. It just makes me feel a little bit like, huh. That's a bit weird, but I mean, it seems to be working for her numbers. So, if she makes good content, I'm not mad about it. 3 more links. What are the more links? I want to know what the more links are.
Hi there, my name's...
Anyway, I don't know. She's probably a good egg. My main thing, guys. I'm not ever looking to pick a fight with somebody really, unless they're being a dumb fuck. And she seems nice and fine, and also lives in the same city as me, so gotta show some solidarity, okay? Oh shit, where's the video? Where were we at? Here we go. That's not it. There it is.
To try and say that socialism is about poverty alleviation for the reason that you are basically, in the case of China, in the case of the Soviet Union, what reduced and alleviated poverty was not a socialist economy. It was the introduction of state capitalism into a feudal society. You are cheering on the achievements of state capitalism as socialism.
True. See, again, but it's the same thing. It's the same thing I was talking about when it comes to when it came to like that Ethan Klein talk with his co-host. Like, if the framing of the conversation is that socialism is just poverty alleviation, you don't have an actual argument for socialism, right? You have an argument for anything that and any policy that might alleviate poverty, even if it's in a convoluted and terrible way.
It is quite literally the opposite of a failure. Even look at the USSR, which did fall apart, right? If you look at the USSR, you will see very clearly that they were very...
I'm still upset that she hasn't... I'm upset that she hasn't actually given any like data points or talked at all about how the life of the average North Korean that's poor is better than the average South Koreans that's poor. Like, I'd love to see some data on that.
Very, very successful in expanding women's rights. They were very...
The USSR made abortion illegal. You can make like the women's rights are...
Whoa. They might have made abortion illegal, but they allowed women to play sports. They put women in the sports. I know that. I've seen historical films. Her data is she made it the fuck up. Well, yeah. I mean that is a lot of tanky data. A lot of tanky data is I made it the fuck up or horribly misconstrued it on purpose. Which is it? You'll never know.
Arguments for like the 1920s, but the Soviet Union existed from 1917 until 1991. Quite a lot happened. And for the majority of the existence of the USSR, it was not legal to get an abortion. Under the government's reasoning was that exploitation was abolished and that they didn't need to worry about bringing children into a world where they would suffer, and that's why they were...
Yep, no exploitation in the Soviet Union. No sir. None whatsoever. These tankies be wildin'. They do, John Toms. Also, hello to YouTube chat.
Like, we don't need abortion. It's very weird when you start looking into all of these things.
Successful in putting food on the table for people, right? They eliminated poverty.
They were successful in putting food on the table for people. Citation? Citation needed? What about the famines? What about the numerous famines? Citations needed.
Or they didn't eliminate entirely, but they alleviated poverty in the USSR, right? They expanded access to housing to an unbelievable degree, right?
Not to mention, this is a dumb argument because you can say that about the Nazis pre-1932. They did some populist progressive things to gain favor because that's what authoritarian governments...
Don't look at the Holodomor, yeah.
...have to do to gain power. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. And it's funny because like communists knew that too. They knew...
Oh no, yeah, no. Gamergy, the last resort of the tanky is basically just to say everything bad you've ever heard about China, North Korea, etc. is all just capitalist propaganda. It's from the State Department. You can't trust it. They're all lying, and actually both countries are just heavens on earth. They are true gardens of Eden.
Do that very well. It reminds me, what you just said reminds me of what Dimitrov, who was the leader of like the first Communist International, said about fascism. That they manipulate people by playing on people's traditions and by playing on progressive values when that's not what they believe in.
They made sure that people...
Oh yeah, God. Someone on Twitter actually today made the argument that the national... Oh god, no. Okay, we're not gonna watch the whole video, but I am gonna pull it up just to make the point, right? Oh god, it was so dumb. It was so dumb. Yeah. Okay. So, this guy H.J. Graham has just been up my asshole in the replies, trying to say Ukraine is full of Nazis, essentially. And then also, apparently, the Nazis here are Biden supporters. Huh, look at that. As evidence. Link to this video.
Christopher, there's a presidential race going on right now. Are you going to vote in 2024? What do you think's going to happen?
My vote is useless. I think Biden's better than Trump because he sends rockets to Ukraine.
In support of Ukraine, you mean?
Hell Ukraine, hell Azov.
Ruh-roh, lads.
So, before we get to that, I do just want to point out...
In support...
Literally, the people around him are just, like, chuckling because he made a joke. He's not serious about supporting Joe Biden.
I think Biden's better than Trump because he sends rockets to Ukraine.
What cyberpunk shit am I looking at? This is actually a neo-Nazi named forget what he's named here. Let me pull it up. I actually have his name. Yeah, his name is Christopher Allen Polehouse. And he is one of the leaders of, I think, Blood Tribe is the name. Yeah, he's the leader of a neo-Nazi organization called Blood Tribe. That's been gaining prominence, and they're trying to build out like a militia camp in Maine. It's a whole thing. Hassan and Ethan had an amazing convo about socialism on H3 today. Well, good. I don't know that Hassan's super great at articulating socialism, but we'll take a look at it, I'm sure. But anyway, this guy linked to a video by Salty Cracker, who I assume is this guy, and we'll listen to the first couple seconds here.
When can I expect Joe Biden, the venerable Joe Biden, to come out and distance himself from these neo-Nazis? When will he condemn? When will he come out and tell everybody that he is not going to take the endorsement from whatever the shit this is over here? Joe Biden.
Dumb son of a bitch.
You gonna say anything about this? I wonder if Peter Ducey will ask that dipshit illiterate press secretary anything about this. Here you go. This out and
wait. Here we go. Sorry, got a little bit too far in.
Ruh-roh, lads. When can I expect Joe Biden?
I have no idea if Salty Cracker is a Nazi, but I'm gonna guess pretty sympathetic to all of the platforms of Nazis in America.
Venerable Joe Biden to come out and distance himself from these neo-Nazis. When will he condemn? When will he come out and tell everybody that he is not going to take the endorsement from what? Say anything about this? I wonder if Peter Ducey will ask that dipshit illiterate press secretary anything about
Salty
this.
Cracker is a Nazi.
This is totally not a psyop over here, where again you've got a bunch of neo-Nazis in Florida screaming how much they like Trump. Actually, they're screaming they hate Trump and that they're voting for Joe Biden. They hate Ron DeSantis, by the way. Now, granted, they're Nazis, so they're National Socialists, which would make them left-leaning, but I'm hyper confused considering...
Yeah, chat, if you ever hear somebody say the nationals, they're called National Socialists, so they're left-leaning, they're either one of the dumbest motherfuckers you've ever seen in your life, or they literally just saw the word socialist and assumed that Nazis tell the truth. Which is pretty fucking dumb. Or both. Yeah, no, I got about this far into the video and then I stopped. We're not watching the entire thing. But I'm bringing this up because, like, people will say, oh, it's socialism because it alleviated, they did some things that alleviated poverty. You know, like what Keffels was saying here in the video. And it's like, yeah, that's what we call a trick. That's what we call you being played for a fool. You know? Like these are neo-Nazis. This guy is the head of a neo-Nazi organization that's main objective recently has been to harass any LGBTQ positive events, like drag queen story hours, etc. Like that's been the thing that they've been doing, and the Southern Poverty Law Center recognizes it. And maybe even if you you were like, wow, I totally believe they're socialist, maybe it would like trigger something in your brain to be like, wait a minute, Joe Biden is one of the most pro-LGBTQ presidents we've ever had, which is sad that it's a pretty low bar. Why would neo-Nazis approve of him? Why are the Nazis secretly like super pro gay and trans people? No, they're not. They've literally tried to kill us since the beginning. Yeah, no, exactly, socio-inertia. That's what I usually bring up. Yeah, trusting a Nazi when they say they're national socialists is like trusting North Korea when they claim to be a democratic republic. You know, yeah, 100%, 100%.
People were housed, that people were fed, that people were educated, that there was real...
But like, this is the thing, right? Like, if you're arguing, well, more people were fed, more people were educated, more people were housed, well, you can get instances of that under, like, a mercantilist economy run by a king. You can get instances of that under, like, you know, the Roman Empire. You know, you can get things like that under any political system and under any economic system. You can have instances where more people are being housed and fed and educated. Like that's not outside the realm of possibility in a lot of economic systems. But what we're talking about here is not alleviating poverty. The primary thing we're talking about is workers democratically controlling their workplaces. That's what we're talking about, which will have the effect of alleviating poverty for a variety of reasons, like worker co-ops being more economically stable, paying employees better, improved employee happiness, more flexible hours and benefits. Like, there are a lot of reasons democratic worker co-ops would benefit people. But the benefits of that system aren't like, you know, well, if we could reach those under any other system, we should. No, because part of it is the inherent benefit of the freedom of democracy, which you can't get under other economic systems, which you can't get under other political systems that are not amenable to democracy in the workplace.
Real equality within the society, okay? These are all things. These are major, major successes. Socialism has succeeded everywhere that it has been tried.
What?
No. No, it hasn't. Why would you say that? Why would you say that, dude? That's... No, I'm sorry. It's incorrect. Like, China is capitalist right now. Russia disintegrated into capitalist states. Cuba participated in state capitalism in the past. I don't know if they still do. I don't know enough about their current economy to know. But, like, these aren't systems where workers are democratically controlling their workplaces. They're just not.
Okay, there's so many things that are wrong with this, and so many blanket statements. Was it cool that the USSR had a big housing boom? Yeah, but then there's the things that are left out of this, that there actually wasn't enough housing for everyone, that a lot of people ended up getting pushed into inadequate sized housing. And because of that, it ended up creating a lot more domestic violence because people didn't have adequate space. And when you put people, especially people who are living on the margins in close proximity, people.
Oh yeah, of course, Gamer G. Like, you know, when you democratically run your own co-op together, you know, like there's profit sharing, there's you know increased ability to like change the organization for the better, and people feel like a sense of autonomy and like freedom doing so. Like what makes democratic worker co-ops work as a model fundamentally is the sense of agency that people feel and the financial like incentives that they receive that, you know, pay them better wages, that give them better benefits, that give them more time off, you know. And in bad economic conditions, democratic worker co-ops have been shown to be more prone to, you know, people taking voluntary pay cuts rather than firing people outright because you know your coworkers. God damn.
Will get aggressive.
Wasn't Yugoslavia more socialist than the USSR? Soci inertia, everything I know about Yugoslavia would indicate yes. Yugoslavia, as far as I know, had a pretty like it had a fairly authoritarian government, but it had closer to a democratic co-op style model of economy. It wasn't perfect, mind you, but like there's a lot of fond memories of like kind of the golden age of Yugoslavia before like its complete and utter collapse. And again, it collapsed largely as a result of oil prices fluctuating, which is kind of like why, you know, socialist or ostensibly socialist countries need to diversify their economies and not just rely on oil booms like Venezuela or Yugoslavia. It just is not great. Tito in Yugoslavia was the only person who successfully told Stalin to fuck off. Yeah, well, and Tito also wasn't a good guy. Like, I don't want to do apologia for Tito. Tito was also not good. But the economy of Yugoslavia was pretty interesting from an economic perspective. And a lot of things I believe were kind of done right there. But I would not say their government was a model for anyone.
With each other. It's like these little things where it's like you leave out all of the nitty gritty and you only talk about the praise, when the reality of the situation is they were just getting by.
Oh yeah, Gamer G, like, Tito absolutely got away with flipping off Stalin, but that's largely because Tito was like basically the only guy who was able to hold that country together.
Right? Like, because the thing is, socialism did succeed in the USSR. It did. Just because the USSR collapsed and had an endpoint, because
socialism did not succeed in the USSR whatsoever. Socialism was almost doomed out of the gate at the start with the new economic policy. They reversed course right away.
There's an orc in the background of this video, not quite trolling, but I think the signifiers are pretty easy to read. Quasi-spec, I have no idea what that means.
This is another thing. It almost feels like it turns into idpol. It turns into like applying transgender self-identity politics to countries. And call me an idiot if I'm off base here, but it feels like this country says that they identify this way and you need to respect it. It feels like that because it's like they're getting mad, but you look at it and you know it's not a socialist country. This isn't to say I'm denigrating transgender people. I love my transgendies in chat. Shout out to you all.
Hey, that's me. That's me. I'm a transgendy.
Because of, once again, foreign intervention, right, doesn't mean that it wasn't successful, right? Because it quite literally was, right? Socialism was a successful project in the USSR. It literally took...
It's crazy. It's just crazy. Because it's like, no, it wasn't. In fact, socialism was so unsuccessful in the USSR, they needed to basically change the definition of socialism, which led to the introduction of socialism in one country, which is the modern Soviet-style government that you see around the world today. The initial...
Yeah, it's... again, like the Soviet model of socialism, really is just an authoritarian command economy that never stops being that. It's an authoritarian command economy that engages in state capitalism. That's all it is. It's not socialism. It's just it's basically a Scooby-Doo cartoon villain, you know? What's this? Is this socialism? No, it's you, state capitalism.
Conception under Marx and under Lenin of socialism was a stateless, classless society. It was an internationalist project where they believed the workers of the world should unite. And because of the failures of the German Revolution, which Lenin was...
Which, by the way, the German Revolution was lost due to the far left refusing to unify with liberals, just as a possibly timely thing to point out.
Relying on for the success of the Soviet state, they ended up going back on it, and they retreated inwards.
A feudal backwater country into being a world superpower. China was literally the single poorest country per capita in the world. They were literally the...
Citation needed. I'm not willing to necessarily buy that without a citation.
Single poorest country per capita in the world. Okay? Do you all know that Mao
I'm not entirely willing to buy that, specifically because of what I know about the race for Africa, the scramble for Africa, where the countries of Europe basically just created a massive continent-wide concentration camp of slave labor.
Rippled life expectancy in China.
Okay. Again, this is not true. Did China go from one of the poorest countries in the world to an economic superpower? Yes, that is true. Was it socialism that did that? Absolutely not. In fact, the reason for why China is the way it is today is because of what the Chinese call the economic miracle. And this happened after Deng Xiaoping took the helm of the Communist Party of China.
Yup, Dengism, baby. It's Dengism. They try and claim that Deng was a socialist. He's a fucking capitalist, man. The entire... Okay, guys, the entire premise of Dengism was essentially, and is, essentially, hey, we'll make free market economic capitalist zones where you can engage in private business ownership and, running of private businesses. But if you step too out of line, we're going to smack you with the newspaper of the state. And also, essentially, this was a ploy to, allegedly, leverage the labor power of China and, bring in foreign investment, and that would then allow China to rapidly industrialize and, be able to do a lot of things with money in the state, and prepare for worldwide communism. But you'll notice that hasn't really happened. And now China's just, for all intents and purposes, a capitalist state. That's all Dengism really achieved was just turning China into a capitalist country. Dankism is when the weed hits too strong. True.
And instituted a policy of free market capitalism. It was capitalism and the rapid expansion of markets in China that ended up doing that. It's honestly like so infuriating to see people point to the success of capitalism and call it socialism, because it's going to just confuse anyone who is interested in socialism, because it just completely muddies what socialism even is. It's just capitalist logic to say that it's good because they're a superpower or good because they have a large GDP. It is. It plays into the same imperialist rhetoric that China is
thanks, Phoenix Dragon.
spouting
Have you
on
been?
state television. The Chinese ruling class are not workers. It's not a workers' party.
Yeah, look, I mean, I know it's an old story at this point. I don't know if it's still the case, but there was a reason they needed to build suicide netting outside of like Foxconn factories in China, okay? Like it's the workers in China were not controlling their workplaces. They were not democratically controlling shit when the working conditions were so bad that the company built netting outside of its buildings to prevent suicides. Like I'm sorry, that's not. Nah, you're not going to convince me that that was run by workers.
In fact, they let billionaires in the party. To go into, shout out to my Irish chatters. I don't know how many I even have. But James Connolly, who was a Republican socialist leader.
I'm convinced that a lot of the life expectancy argument comes from access to modern medicine and vaccines. China was an agrarian country with none of it, and everyone forgets how half your kids would die before adulthood from diseases that were similar to things like smallpox and polio. Well, yeah, like, also, like, China has advanced extraordinarily rapidly, right? None of this is to, like, denigrate, like, China's advancements, right? Because they have made massive, massive strides. You know, like, imagine over the course of your lifetime, like, going from growing up in, like, essentially, like, an agrarian hovel to, like, being in, like, you know, being in your 60s and suddenly, like, you're living or commuting from, like, your family home that's, like, an actual house in the rural areas of China, and being able to drive a car to, like, the city and, like, be checked out by, like, a really fancy doctor, or, like, hang out at, like, by, like, a pool or something. Like, those are actual realities for some people in China. Obviously not all of them. But, like, there's a reason why the Chinese Communist Party has had relatively high approval ratings that go beyond just the party rigging it in favor of themselves, which obviously they do that too. People in China have experienced a massive influx of wealth. And that's real. That's a real thing. But that influx of wealth came because of capitalist changes to the Chinese economy. Right? And, like, along with those changes came like more wealth, and with more wealth you can better your health, and you can eat better, you can have the time to, like, exercise if that's something you need to do for your health. You can go to the doctor. Like, there's a lot of things that people can do now that they weren't able to do when China first started this process.
Once said
that being said, they are absolutely not communist. They're communist in name only. Which, ironically, if you pronounce it out loud, would be Sino, which I believe refers to China.
That a government under capitalist society is nothing but committees for managing the affairs of the rich, and that's literally what China is. Their entire system is that. It is basically just a non-stop centralizing force that is managing the affairs of society.
Mao tripled life expectancy in China, right? So,
but yeah, it's never 100% bad. 100%. Like, a lot of people in China benefited from all of this. I'm just saying it's not socialist for them to have done so. You know, like, capitalism And this is something that, again, a lot of leftists tend to overlook because it's somewhat inconvenient for the narratives, but like, capitalism was an improvement on feudalism. Marx wrote about that. Capitalism improved on feudalism. And then socialism improves on capitalism. That's... Yes. But yeah, it's not like the magic of socialism made people live longer.
And think
Mao also caused a famine through the four pests when Mao told people to kill the sparrows.
Wait, what is the four pests? The four pests. The four pests campaign. The four pests. Beginning in the 1950s, the Chinese state mounted the patriotic health campaigns to improve sanitation and public health. In 1958, the campaigns focused on the four pests: rats, sparrows, flies, and mosquitoes. Later, sparrows were removed from the list and fleas and lice added. Snails were particularly targeted for eradication because they carried debilitating disease. Wait. Okay, wait. This wasn't just we're going to reduce the amount of these things. It was, we are going to eradicate all fleas, lice, mosquitoes, flies, rats, and sparrows. First of all, you can't. And second of all, if you could, the effects would be absolutely devastating. Like your ecosystem would be on the verge of collapse, dude. Okay. How did that go? How'd that go for them? Oh God, why? Oh, effects here. By April 1960, Chinese communist leaders changed their opinion in part due to intelligence, the influence of ornithologist So Hisin Sheng, who pointed out that sparrows ate a large number of insects as well as grains. While the campaigns were meant to increase yields, concurrent droughts and floods, as well as the lacking sparrow population, decreased rice yields. In the same month, Mao ordered the campaign against sparrows to end. Sparrows were replaced with bedbugs, as the extermination of sparrows had upset the ecological balance, which subsequently resulted in surging locust and insect populations that destroyed crops due to a lack of a natural predator. With no sparrows to eat them, locust populations ballooned, swarming the country and compounding the ecological problems already caused by the Great Leap Forward, including widespread deforestation and misuse of poisons and pesticides. Ecological imbalances credited with exacerbating the Great Chinese Famine. How big was this? Okay. Famine occurred between 1959 and 1961. Widely regarded as the deadliest famine. Wait, just the deadliest just out of all of them, this is the deadliest one. One of the greatest man-made disasters in human history, with an estimated death toll due to starvation that ranges in the tens of millions. Between 15 to 55 million people. Holy shit. Holy shit. Mao was just like, yeah, dog, sparrows eat grain, just kill all the sparrows, dog. And then 55 million people died. Oh my God, dude. Imagine if 1/6 of the United States population died. Just died in a famine. Holy fuck, dude. Oopsie. Turns out you need food to live. Who would have thought?
Which destroyed the ecosystem and caused a crop failure. Like, how can you praise Mao for raising life expectancy when Mao, who didn't know anything
Well, look, it's a lot easier to raise life expectancy if you start counting after 55 million of the most impoverished and vulnerable people in your population die. Okay, it's just start counting after that. It'll be great.
About ecology, decided to get involved in that and cause one of the worst famines in history.
Think about that.
Oh shit, guys! I just realized. Birds aren't even real. The birds in China were a CIA op. Oh my god, it's all making sense now. It's all making sense now, baby.
Even if you take at face value the unhinged, made up, fake numbers that the anti-communist people will use about like, oh, Mao killed like 100 million people or something like that. Even if you accept that number on face value, if you actually look at the number of lives that were saved by increasing life expectancy and getting food on people's tables.
Wait.
Like, literally.
Okay. Oh, the CIA didn't replace birds until the 70s. My bad.
So if you ignore all the people who died, but then you realize that Mao...
Yeah, just start counting. Just start counting life expectancy after the famine. It's fine.
Government gave people the necessities of life to live, except, don't talk about the Great Leap Forward. Don't talk about anything before the Great Leap Forward. I'm just like blown away by how common this kind of rhetoric is becoming when it's based on such an inadequate understanding of the history of these countries. I joined the Communist Party because I believed the things that Benny was saying, and I left it because I decided to start reading books. I started reading books outside of the official Stalinist reading list, and I realized how disconnected all of this is from reality.
It far outpaces the numbers that these fake numbers they say of like how many people they supposedly killed, right? Like
the fake numbers they say? Okay, what's the real number then? Is the real number 0? Did the famine not happen? Like, I'm sorry. Like, what? What? Okay, citation then.
So quite literally, on the net balance, even if you accept the anti-communist propaganda, you can see that, like, no, Mao was undeniably a net positive for China, right? That communism is undeniably a net.
Okay. I really wish that...
Man. Just out of curiosity. I'm not as familiar with China as I am with Russia. Just out of curiosity. Okay, Mao died in 1976. Like, we just all gonna attribute all of that to Mao, huh? Just the ideology of workers controlling their, the means of production, and we're just not even gonna try and square that circle with being an authoritarian dictator. Okay.
She would actually go into depth on this, because it sounds like she's gonna like pull the Nicole line of saying actually.
Yeah, dude. Mao was born in 1893. He was born in the 1800s. Like, again, it's not that like this isn't that long ago, chat.
There was no deaths under Mao. Like, okay, so what is the made up number, and then what's the actual number that you would be willing to concede on? That's what I want to know, because she...
Right? Like, Keffels is right. She's not making any direct or verifiable claims. It's all just vibes, man. It's all just, the vibe. Does it have a socialist vibe? Does it have a communist vibe? And you can tell if it has that vibe because it has, the hammer and sickle. It has that vibe because, well, it has a portrait of Mao. It's all vibes. It's the vibes-based economy for leftists.
She's willing to admit it, but what is it then? It is also like this glaring contradiction in her own beliefs. So I don't know how many people in chat know this about why they called him Chairman Mao. So a chairman in a
They called him Chairman Mao because he came out of nowhere with the steel chair. Ba-bam!
communist party, that is not
not
role that is anything except ceremonial. He was only called chairman in the last days of his life. And in the years before Mao's death, he launched a war against the Communist Party of China called the Cultural Revolution, where he believed, and it turned out to be true, that the leadership of the Communist Party of China wanted to bring capitalism to China.
Yep. Dengism, baby. It was just waiting for him to pass.
That's what powered the economic miracle.
Every time you say Mao, I think you're going to say, Mao wife.
Mao obviously made a lot of fucking mistakes. Absolutely. The four pests thing.
Speaking of Mao wife, Mao was apparently married like 4 different times. Dude was getting busy.
Great Leap Forward was a fucking travesty. However, he was correct at the end of his life that there were people who were trying to bring free market capitalism to China, and it ended up succeeding. And that's why China has such a hard time reconciling their own past today. If you read like official like Communist Party documents, they are very careful with their wording around Mao, because Mao didn't agree with what they were doing. He did not like the direction that the party was heading in. In fact, there is an illegal underground political party in China today called the Maoist Communist Party of China, which is basically a bunch of Maoists who are trying to overthrow the Communist Party of China to bring it back to what it was before the economic miracle. And I'm not saying that because I have any stake or I believe that they're in the right for doing this. I'm just saying it because that's what the current political situation is.
That positive. And look where China is now. China's literally one of the major world powers, and they once again used to be the single poorest per capita country. So do not fool yourselves, right? Do not fool yourselves for even a second.
Okay, it's also important to note when people talk about China and poverty alleviation, that China did not end poverty. China has quite a bit of poverty, especially in the rural areas. The metric that they go by when they talk about the poverty alleviation in China is absolute poverty. And they brought that up to, does anyone have that metric so I do not have to go pull this up? It's $2.15 a day. So that is like the standard that they're aiming for. As of 2020, China has succeeded in eradicating absolute poverty, but not the poverty defined for upper middle income countries which China belongs to. China still has around 13% of its population falling below this poverty line of $5.50 per day in 2020. So yeah, in 2020, the premier, citing the National Bureau of Statistics, said that China still had 600 million people living with less than $140 a month. Although an article from The Economist said that the methodology.
Cool.
NBS was flawed, saying that the figure took the
Sangito.
combined income, which was equally divided.
Hey, progressive
13% of China is 195 million people, roughly 2/3 of the US population. Hey guys, remember when Russia defeated poverty by displacing those pesky zero-income nomadic ranchers and kindly forcing them into the horrific wages and terrible factories communism win? My favorite part of the history of the Soviet Union was when like Stalin pressed the big red button that said socialism achieved, and then for the rest of his life he pretended that there were no classes in the Soviet Union.
It's true. That button, it actually got entombed next to Lenin. No one else can press it again. It's true.
And that exploitation had been abolished.
Willing to engage.
Yeah. Stalinist Russia, famously no exploitation. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Actually, Demon.
I was about to bring up gulags, but then I remembered that Benny has defended gulags, so.
Because you're here. So I've been like going over this stuff, and I've been using my vast autistic tanky knowledge to roast people with terrible takes because they don't read books. I want to show you one of the funniest things from the USSR's history. Let me grab this. And I'll go back to the React. I'm sorry, but I need to show. Communism in 20 years was a slogan put forth by Nikita Khrushchev at the 22nd Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union in 1961. Khrushchev's quote from his speech at the Congress was from this phrase: "We are strictly guided by scientific calculations." And calculations show that in 20 years, we will build mainly a communist society. In his speech,
nailed it, bud. Nailed it. Excellent prophecy.
Khrushchev promised that communism would be built in the main by 1980. His assertion that the current generation of Soviet people will live under communism was the final phrase of the third program of the CPSU. Don't worry though, guys. China Socialism 2045.
With like talking about China.
They'll do it. They'll make it happen. There's no way. There's no way this country currently pivoting towards capitalism would not be socialist soon.
We're talking about North Korea.
It's economic horseshoe theory. The farther you go into capitalism, the closer you get to socialism. That's China's realized it. They're playing 5-dimensional chess.
Talking about Cuba. Like, be willing to engage with talking about all of these socialist countries because they are very much successful. China is a good demonstration of socialism being successful.
No.
Are you fucking serious?
Is a good demonstration of socialism being successful.
North Korea is...
How? Back up your claims. How? How on earth? North Korea is a good example of socialism being successful? How? Yeah, like, just as an FYI, right? Like, guys, you know that U.S. prisons are bad, right? Like, they're not good. They're not good. Sometimes people die in them. It's not a good place to go. Prison's bad. North Korea's prison system is worse. It just is worse. Their prisons are comparable to concentration camps. They force people to work to death. And they're done so under the auspices of labor training. Okay? Like, in the 90s, by the way, in the 90s, North Korea underwent a famine, right? And the government's response to the North Korean famine was to build more prisons that would act as labor camps to try and fill in the need for food with just coerced labor for people arrested for little to no crime. Just thrown into prison camps. Here's an interesting point. There is a North Korean defector that testified to the U.S. Senate the U.S. Senate Committee on the Judiciary in 2002. Her name's Lee Soon-ok, and in her statement, she said, quote, "I testify that most of the 6,000 prisoners who were there when I arrived in 1987 had quietly perished under the harsh prison conditions by the time I was released in 1992. Other North Korean defectors have given similar statements regarding the prison conditions in North Korea. Again, these are places people are worked to death. But yeah, it's socialism has succeeded. Yeah.
It's a hereditary monarchy.
It's not just a hereditary monarchy, by the way. They literally prop Kim Jong-un up as a god. The population in North Korea believe Kim Jong-un to be a deity. Yeah. I'm trying to find I remember seeing an old propaganda video about Kim Jong-il and Kim Jong-un. I can't find it off the cuff, I'm sorry.
Cuba is a good demonstration of socialism being successful. Same as well with Vietnam. Okay, these are
Vietnam's capitalist. What are you talking about?
Successful socialist projects that.
Okay, all right. She doesn't read. She has never opened a goddamn book in her life. Absolutely. No, nothing. No books, ever. I like, when I do these things, I like to use primary sources, because when I use primary sources, tankies get super fucking mad at me because they can't refute it. And that's why the Yankee tanky had a meltdown and called me a troon. Because I'm working on their own level, right? I'm using
it. By the way, this also works with Christians and religious fundamentalists. Using texts against people tends to be pretty gets under their skin a bit, you know. Hapsley, sorry off topic, but I needed to share. I'm so disillusioned. It's my third week interning for the California Senate, and the absolute lack of engagement from the 18 to 35 age group is insane. And literally boomers at every meeting making the most unhinged comments and takes. When I say unhinged, I mean unhinged, like grandma go to bed now levels of unhinged. Well, yeah, that's why I talked to you guys about the need for us to get involved. Because A, we have the energy to actually go out and canvass, and B, the craziest fucking people are the ones that show up to these meetings. We need to have, actually awake and sane people going to government meetings. Literally to everyone, people, please encourage others to be politically active. Yeah. And you can start by telling them to come over to riverboat.gg and watch a stream, baby. Yeah, Keffels has a lot of patience. Lefty McLefterson.
Literally the same documents from the governments that they believe the words of. So on the topic of if Vietnam is socialist, let me just pull this up. So this is the organ of political theory of Vietnam Communist Party's Central Committee. You're not going to get a more official statement on Vietnam's political state than from this paper. Is this the paper I was looking? Okay, that was the wrong paper. This is the same thing, but this is the paper I actually read. This is clarifying the development of the socialist-oriented market economy. So the official name for Vietnam's economic system is the socialist-oriented market economy. And you go down to the end of this article. The socialist orientation implies moving towards socialism, which means they are currently a market economy. They are a capitalist free market economy. They are not a socialist country by their own admission. We are convinced that socialist orientation implies a practical meaning. It reminds us that our country is on a long way with different stages to socialism. It must pay attention to the specific context of each stage as to have appropriate policies and guidelines with a view to increasing labor productivity, economic efficiency, constantly improving people's lives. They even say in this, the market economy comes into conflict with the centralized, bureaucratic, and subsidized economy. So the reason I'm just bringing that up is because Benny just said that Vietnam is a socialist country. They're not, and if she actually read what the Vietnamese government says about their own country, she would know this. But instead, I'm like 99% sure she only gets her information about Vietnam from Luna Oi because she blocked me over me mildly criticizing Luna Oi.
Oh man, dude, that's pretty funny though.
Kevils, my partner asked why the dissolution of the Soviet Union happened. Can you explain quickly, pretty please? So the Soviet Union,
Can you please quickly sum up one of the most complicated and important events in geopolitics of the last like 50 years?
Reached communism. They reached a stateless, classless society, and as a result, the Soviet Union no longer needed to exist. The state dissolved, and everyone lived in a utopia on Earth.
Have put food on people's tables, okay? Alleviated or eliminated poverty, right? That got people housing, got people food, got people education, okay? That is successful, okay? And so we just need to be debunking these lies. And honestly, it's just that, like, Americans depend on a huge amount of racism. These capitalists depend on a huge amount of racism.
I mean, true, but I want to see where this goes.
Right? Capitalists will tell you anti-China nonsense and expect you to just believe it at face value, right? Because they...
That's interesting to me because I actually don't think that's the case. Like, I don't think it's the capitalists in the United States who are mad about China. Like, I'm pretty sure that the capitalists in the United States are more than willing to exploit cheap Chinese labor. I'm pretty sure that it's the US State Department and the media.
Like literally China, like China and the United States are so intricately connected with our economies. Capitalists aren't trying to lie to us about China. Like they're fine with the status quo of using China's labor market, and this is so weird. I think Benny's trying to imply here that corporations are trying to tell you lies about how many people China has killed and expecting you to believe it, and if you believe it, that means you're a racist? You're racist against Chinese people? That seems to be her argument, right? Am I misconstruing it?
The surrounding it that has an issue with China. Like, yeah, capitalists don't care. Like, capitalists have the ability to use China as a way for cheap labor where they don't have to worry about labor laws. There are a lot of factories that are in specific economic zones of China where they absolutely do not have to give a single regard for the people working there.
Expect you to be racist. Like let's be real.
Oh god, this is the condensed version of what she was waffling about with Charlie Kirk. Okay, cool.
Capitalists fully expect you to be a racist and expect you to believe anything that they tell you about China. That's it right there.
Oh, okay. Yep. If you believe how many people China killed with their policies and the estimates of that, well then that just means you're a racist. I guess. Okay. If you aren't just accepting the Chinese government's statements at face value, You are a racist. Okay.
There, right? That is it right there. You know, I'm confused. Communism did kill a lot of people from being
Yeah, it is just like Idpol. Like she actually ended this video off by basically saying criticizing China is racist.
I'm confused. Okay, you're joking. Okay. I didn't read it well. Eliminate absolute poverty. Now they're working on relative poverty. They've even tripled the average income over the past 2 decades. Literally, Strin. Literally. And like nobody's gonna sit here.
I wonder what their dominant means of doubling wages was over the last 2 decades. Definitely couldn't have anything to do with capitalist investment and production. Nope, no sir. When you look at China, they have a communist party. That means they must be communist. Of course. Hey, tipster.
Here and like don't let
Okay,
these
but
weirdos like
that doesn't have anything to do with socialism.
People have been asking me to raid. Wait, you can raid people on YouTube? I don't know how to give someone perms to do that on YouTube, President Sunday. I'm literally finding out about this just now. Wait. God, the back end of YouTube is such dog shit. Go into community settings. Okay. 1 second. My channel. Definitely not it. Video. Settings. Community. Okay. Oh, all channel. Do I just need to enable all channels can redirect to my content? Is that the box I need to click? That's the one? Okay. Boom. Done. Setting has been saved. Hey, Somnio Static, how you doing? How you doing, lovely? Where you been all my life? Hey, Shaloon. You have a good night too, President Sunday. This video is cancer. Yeah, I'm dying. We've been going over this for like 2 hours. It's extraordinarily frustrating. Also, is like the video she put out is like 8.5 minutes long. She's almost 7 minutes into it and like hasn't backed up any of her claims at all. She like the videos just know socialism hasn't failed and it just doesn't make any claims. It's wild.
Like, I think you can both say, yeah, this is great. I'm glad that there are less people living in poverty in China without having to say China is a socialist country.
But also, like, again, that would be something to be expected from a move from a, you know, agrarian feudal society, economic system to a more capitalist society. Like, Marx literally wrote about the effects of, you know, how capitalism was better than feudalism. Like, this is the thing. We know about this already. Like, we know that there are better economic systems, or that there were economic systems in the past, and capitalism works better than them. Like, and alleviates more poverty than them. So, like, why is like, what's with the smug argumentation of like, well, you see, did you know that China alleviated poverty? Oh, sweet. How'd they do that? With communism? Oh, how are they communist? there aren't as many poor people. It's not a good argument. It's not. I'm sorry. If that's your bar, like I guess the invention of capitalism in the first place was socialist. You know, it brought more people out of poverty. That's crazy, dog.
And it was socialism that made it so that they could alleviate poverty. That's a lie. That's based on misinformation. And it's a really ignorant statement
Hey,
that
thanks,
a lot of
Squidus.
especially Western leftists make because they don't read any primary documents when making these claims. So,
I mean, that's part of it. What Keffel said there is part of it. But the other part of it is like, one is not reading, obviously. Another is not having a grasp on actual history. And another part of it is just the inability to argue correctly. You know? Like, when you argue something, you have to have a premise and then points that premise up. But all we have here is premise, stated, you know, with confidence. But that's not an argument. An argument isn't just stating something is so with confidence. That's just posturing. That's just positioning yourself. And when you're posturing and positioning, you know, frankly, you don't have to do the reading because you're not even making an argument in the first place.
I've made a commitment.
Good night, Archangel.
Going forward, I am going to be having more people on my stream from China, from Taiwan, from Tibet, from Xinjiang, who can speak on these issues, because so often in these conversations, people from the regions we're talking about are geopolitical pawns. Their humanity is not recognized, and we need to actually listen to what they have to say about the places that they are from.
And like, don't let these weirdos like get like, you know, don't let these weirdos get you all distracted. Okay, China's not a perfect country. No country's a perfect country. Every country is gonna have problems, right? And like, that's what's wild is like, so for example, China does not have homelessness like we do, right?
What? I've literally been to Beijing and
bread into toast. You can do a bit better. Like, I don't know. There are people who like position themselves as like bimbos, as like their, you know, their brand, but like are still extraordinarily smart people. But like, this is not a good look. This has not been showcasing great argumentation.
Seen people sleeping on the streets. That's just completely made up.
Oh hey, VCC TV, I can see you in the comments. Look at that. We got an appearance of VCC TV.
Right? The homelessness that China has is a result of their residency like program, right? And the
What?
Homelessness in China is a significant social issue. In 2011, there were approximately 2.4 million homeless adults and 179,000 homeless children living in the country. And this goes up. In 2015, it was reported there were 3 million homeless people.
limits.
I mean, I also just have to say, like, I don't necessarily know that I trust the numbers on how many people are homeless in China, but you know, like that's still a lot, you know? Watching Jack's videos and seeing my yellow Nick scrolling through chat is a thing? Hell yeah, Salmon Moose. That's right. You should subscribe so you can see yourself better in chat. Let's go.
That people have on like, oh, like if you want to live or work here, you need like, you know, to do like this particular type of like permit or something. They've got this residency like program where they have social services prepared for you, but it is in your hometown. And
I mean, you could make the same argument for the United States. in the United States, we have social services for you, but you need to go to a location that isn't overwhelmed. You know? There are social services available to you. You just have to get to them before the other people. You know, there are social services in the next city over. You just have, you just have to get to them. Like, this isn't an argument about like a homeless solution for homelessness that actually works.
So if you want those social services, you have to go to your hometown to get them.
Wait, what? So you have to... That's insane. That's absolutely insane. Like, a lot of the...
Look, if you're just homeless, go to a different city. You just fucking move.
Extreme poverty in China is in the rural areas, and
just sell your non-existent house and move. Okay?
There is a mass exodus from these rural areas, like, to the cities. So she's basically saying that if you were fleeing the mass poverty of the rural areas of China to go to the city to try and find work, then you're not actually homeless. You're just not following the government's guidelines. That's not...
Also, like, just to point this out, maybe it's not good to set up a system that ties people to the land they were born on, because that kind of seems like you're just recreating feudalism right there. You know, like, you're tied to the land you were born on, and your feudal lord has an obligation to provide for you. Like, that's not actually a great, a great argument there.
Good. That's literally encroaching on people's right to movement.
So there is homelessness. There are some people who rough sleep, right? But like, they could...
Man, every admission of something flawed in China is followed by a but.
Go back to their hometown if they wanted to, and all of a sudden get all these social services, right? And
you could just, if you're in San Francisco, you could just go to Boise, Idaho, and use their social services that are far less taxed. I'm sure you just go, if you're in New York, just go to Miami. There are a lot of places you can go. It's a bad argument.
And so
what?
That is a problem. Yeah, that's a problem. That's not like a perfect system. But guess what? The leadership of China says that that's a problem that they're working on and they're trying to figure out.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think that basically every country in the world can say, yeah, homelessness is a problem. And why are you giving them such a big pat on the back for saying, yeah, this isn't good?
How to balance that out with their like long-term planning of we just need we just need to be able to know where people are living so that we can make our long-term plan, and that's like, it's like a whole entire thing, right? And so
I've noticed this now. This keeps coming up. This is happening now with Benny. This happened with Hassan. What is with the just move rhetoric? It's like conservative logic.
True.
And I'm just really surprised people who think that they're leftists and progressives are using that rhetoric.
Working on.
I mean, it's also related to the don't like it here, just go back to your own country. Or you don't like it here, go back to where you came from. Like, it is infantile. Infantile.
On reconciling the contradictions in their own society. So like, anybody that comes up and says, oh, but China has this, that, or the other problem. Like, yeah, but like, does the United States have that problem? The United States has that problem.
Yes? So what? After I watched this for the first time, I realized that the problems with Benny and TYT actually...
Wait, that was the end of her video, right? Yeah, that was the end of her video. Oh my god. It just ends with her being like, "Oh, and you know what? If you think that China's bad, well, you know what? The United States also has problems." So that's insane, dude. That's insane. You have to actually argue for your position. None of these things were arguments. They were all premises.
Actually went deeper. I don't understand how she believed and advocated for these things while being at such a liberal media outlet. I knew some of this about Benny, but when transphobia was the issue, I was willing to put this aside and side with another trans person. Like, I do think that there is a time.
I mean, I also, for the record, I also knew that she had tanky tendencies, but I memory hold her debate with Charlie Kirk, and all of this is making that flood back. It's so bad. It's so bad.
Time and a place to have these kinds of conversations. Like, if a trans person has like dog politics and they're being discriminated against, I'm going to show them solidarity.
Yeah. Common Keffels W. Yeah, look, you can be you can have solidarity with somebody who's experienced like unjust discrimination on the basis of them being like trans or black or something, but also severely disagree with their politics. This isn't these aren't contradictory, you know? Common wiggler, yeah. You know, a debate is bad when someone like me who doesn't entirely understand the subject be like, yikes. Yeah, right? We were going to watch the debate Benny Carollo did with Charlie Kirk, because apparently she's been bragging about how she got paid money for it. But then we went to watch it, and I realized that I had actually watched it like a year ago. We actually watched it a year ago. And I just memory hold the hell out of that. Why brag about that? I have no idea. I have no idea. I don't think I would accept money to debate somebody unless it was a particularly odious person that I really didn't want to. She lost hard against Charlie Kirk of all people. Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. People think that Charlie Kirk is going to be an easy debate because they've watched a lot of videos dunking on him. But if you actually watch him in real time, he's really, really good at what he does. You know, he's a really good he's really good when it comes to rhetoric. So like I don't know. People, I think, on the left underestimate folks on the right and get like a sense of maybe like overconfidence because they've seen people like debunk their talking points. But being able to do that on the fly is much, much harder, and they know that. You know? There's This necklace is really cute. It has the tendency, though, to just completely, like, flip around while I wear it. It's too bad. It's very cute. Debating in real time is a whole different ballgame. 100%. You know? I've done a little bit of it. I think I'm pretty okay at it, but, like, if I was going in for, like, you know, debating someone like Charlie Kirk, you got to bring your A game, you know? Also, chat, we have now been streaming for 4 hours. If you've been enjoying the content, please, 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 if you're over on Twitch, hit the follow button. If you're over on YouTube, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button. Guys, we just broke 1,900 subscribers over on YouTube. We are closing in on 2K, which is really, really exciting. I would love to hit 2,000 subscribers because I feel like once we hit 2,000, it's that much easier to hit 3,000. Let's go. Let's fucking go. That's right. We're getting this YouTube channel off the ground, babies. Here's my controversial opinion on China. It's hard to discuss Chinese politics accurately, especially as white folks, because our scope and viewpoint is completely Western. Not saying we shouldn't discuss matters, but we won't 100% understand their politics. I disagree with that. You know, I disagree with that wholeheartedly. You know, like that's like saying, oh, I can't understand the need for black people to have civil liberties because I'm a white person. I don't know. That seems like a bad argument to me. Like, am I going to understand what it's like to live in China? No. But that's not necessarily something I need in order to evaluate, like, a political system. Like, are people in Saudi Arabia generally happy living under a king? I don't know. But I do know that kings are bad. And we shouldn't have them. Yeah, there's a definite skill in debating, especially against bad faith opponents. All kings are bastards. True! That's true. 3D printed rocket engines? Hell yeah. I don't understand how tankies can function in daily life without their brains melting. You know, mental dissonance is a hell of a drug. My uncle was a king? Well, if that's true, Somniostatic, you better be gifting a whole lot more subs. Kings are bad, famous quotes. There's a definite skill in debating, especially against bad faith opponents. You have to have a plan, and you have to have your instincts strong and tuned into what your goal is. Yeah, 100% quasi-spec. It's interesting. You know, I feel like I prefer debates against good faith adversaries, but, like, when we're in the realm of, like, political engagement, that's rare, you know? Also, chat, we've been going for 4 hours. If you would like to support more content like this, please consider dropping some subs or donos. This is your top of the hour ad break. Because when you gift subs or donos or hit the follow button, it helps me a lot. Helps get the video and the stream into the algorithm. And it helps me to afford things like food and health insurance and my rent. And if you would like to do that, I would very much appreciate it. Because we have not received any financial support in the past hour, and I would certainly appreciate some. Let's see. Get this picture of cute kitties. Is this AI generated? Because this cat doesn't appear to have back legs, and that scares me. Kitties! I'm supporting by following because I'm broke right now. Well, that's okay, Piccoloa. Piccola? Piccola 20. I also appreciate when folks hit the follow button, when folks hit the subscribe button, when folks hit the like button, because I like that means when I put out videos that make conservatives mad, more of them see them. Also, it's a proven fact that people who either subscribe or gift subs on riverboat.gg have at least 10% better sex. It's true. It's true. It's true. I think it's just perspective. Maybe. Chat, do not get roped into debating people online. It never changes people's minds, so it's not worth your brain cells. Yeah, it's only worth your brain cells if people are seeing it, you know? No AI could be intelligent enough to come up with someone as beautiful as Jack. Aww.
Supporting cause, you've become one of my new favorite streamers to watch regularly. Stay awesome.
Tipster, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs, and I'm glad you've been enjoying my streams. I take it as a big compliment when other content creators check out my streams. Also, folks, go check out Tipster. You dumb galoots. Go give him some subscribes.
Be wa ha 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 ha.
I like that even the text to speech started sounding tired by the end of reading that. LB, I don't know how you make the text to speech actually sound tired. It's a skill. It's a skill. Also, LB, thank you for the $8 dono. I very, very much appreciate it. And I now see it. The cats say gay gay sex. Yeah, the cats spell out gay sex. Got it. Yep. That was 12. I don't get your money in Canadian dollars. I'm an American. I get them in real money. If you back up and squint, it's very clear. Yeah. Also, my breasts look amazing today, and I hope you all appreciate them as much as I do. Because it's been really cool today to look down and be like, hell yeah, I got boobs. Also, they like bounce and stuff. It's really fun. If you're just starting out your transitions and you're a trans lady or trans femme, having boobs is awesome. I'm successfully triggered. No! I just meant it as in that's how bad Canadian money is in comparison. Oh, gotcha. I noticed before you even said anything the first time, but Kairyu isn't here, so I'll say it. Thank you, Bread into Toast. I appreciate it. And Kairyu's probably here, just lurking in the shadows. Silent defender, silent protector. Hey, Solazar. When called on to appreciate your Hooters, I'm here for you. Yeah, look, we need trans Hooters, okay? That's my one as a progressive, that's my one progressive policy position. We need trans Hooters. You know why? Because trans ladies have universally large knockers. A lot of us are obsessed with having colossal breasts. And you know what? That's totally okay. I support that. I also like to need them. Bread into Toast, thank you for gifting Doodleburb a sub. Also, hello Doodleburb. How you doing? How's the art going? Paladin?
Not enough BWA. We must have more. 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 BWAHAHAHAHAHAHAHAHAHAHAHAHAHAHAHAHAHAHAHAHAHAHAHAHAHAHAHAHAHAHAHAHAHAHAHAHAHAHAHAHAHAHAHAHAHAHAHAHAHAHAHAHAHAHAHAHAHAHAH
Distractingly large is my goal. Yeah, look, when I'm talking to your average cis man, I want their eyes to be constantly sliding down here, okay? That's all I want. I just want to have the distraction. No, I'm kidding. Kind of. Spelling out the whole thing now. Trans Hooters, but the guests who get handsy get slapped and thrown out by the bouncer instead of regular Hooters. True! Yeah, trans Hooters, we demand respect. Watching the new Pearly Things Jobbery vid. I know Archangel wanted me to watch that. I'm just not in... I can't handle Pearly Things today. Just like... as I said like earlier in the stream, like she's just uninteresting in her bigotry, you know? Do you take progesterone? I do. I might cut back on the progesterone. I don't think cutting back like reverses boob growth, so I think I might because right now I'm on like 200 milligrams of progesterone. I might go back to 100 just because I'm titting along very tittily right now. Already planning my dono messages for the next month when I get money again? Hell yeah, Bread into Toast. When you have past glamour effective against femme-attracted people. I'm terrible. Okay, real talk, I can tell when men are attracted to me No, that's not true. I can't tell when anyone's attracted to me, really. That's a lie. I was about to posture and talk about me being a dumbass about women being attracted to me, but I'm a dumbass about everybody being attracted to me. There was literally I was recently, you know, I started talking to this person, and they were like just like really chill and cool, and it was only like 20 or 30 minutes into the conversation we were having where I realized that two things. One, that they were flirting with me, and two, that the things I was saying were inadvertently extraordinarily flirtatious. And I felt so bad and guilty. It was just like, oh wait, how do I fix this? What do I do? What do I do? And inadvertently I wound up, oh god, what was, like, what did I actually say? Oh god. Let me pull up. Because I told my partner about this. This isn't like a secret story or anything. Oh yeah, like they brought up like a very sexual situation where like it had also been a bit embarrassing for them, and clearly the reaction that was being gunned for was like, you know, to progress the flirtation. And I was just like, oh damn, I'm sorry. And then it was just awkward silence. It was yeah. And that just like kind of like an awkward laugh. And that was the end of that interaction. I'm not good at recognizing or doing flirtation. I am not good at these things. So you're a harlot? Yeah, just a little bit. You blew it! God. I found that boobies to be the most attractive part of a woman. Oh wait, sorry. I find the boobies to be the most attractive part of a woman. Jot that down, Kip. Watch this. LB, I don't trust all of your links. I'll click this. Okay, wait, this isn't. Okay, this is a 40-second long song. This is gonna be the ultimate shit post. No. Fine. We'll watch it. Fine. It's really loud though.
On Tuesday morning, it had just turned 8:45. The worker bees of Marsh McLennan were in the hive. Another day of making profits and profits. That was before Mohammed burst right into the office. He had a Boeing 767 and all the passengers of AA-11. Do you remember? Don't you forget it. It was September. It was 9/11. It was 9/11, baby.
You know, I know it's been 22 years, and it's fine to make jokes about 9/11, but also, somehow the fact that that was a ska song made it still seem like it was too soon. Oh, God. There's nothing more 9/11 than a good old ska song. True. Oh, God. Like it was made back when ska was popular. True. I love ska. Like I actually like ska as music. I was a band kid. Yes, why do you ask? Ska is good in small doses, in small controlled doses, okay? Okay, time for us to talk about the real news of the day. Which, as you all know, is Tom Morello tweeting out this god-awful meme. They got you fighting a culture war to stop you from fighting a class war. And it's just like, man, like, I don't know how to not recognize. I don't know how to, like, make this make sense. Tom Morello posting, a couple years ago, I joined in solidarity with trans kids across the country, hashtag protect trans kids. Take action now, support local orgs in Texas like Trans Texas and Equality Texas. Send messages to lawmakers in Alabama telling them to stop attacks on trans kids at the link in my stories. And it's just like, this is cool. This is great. Reposting the ACLU. But then, 2 years later, or a year and a half later, posting this. It sucks. It sucks. Punky Gal, thank you for subscribing over on Twitch. I appreciate you, and 29 goddamn months. But, this is clearly not a meme that is particularly well, let me put it this way. I read this meme as saying, yes, you see, the MAGA chuds and the LGBTs right here are engaged in a culture war, and both sides are on equal footing, and both sides are just arguing with each other. But, this isn't even a reflection of the situation. MAGA chuds are currently stripping LGBTQ people of civil rights, the ability to be have children know what a gay or a trans person are things that are currently being made illegal in parts of the United States. Being able to use a bathroom that aligns with your gender is currently illegal in Florida. The states are stripping trans people of the ability to get health care. And so I saw this come from Tom Morello, who is literally one of the leftiest, left, I guess mainstream figures that I know of. And it's very frustrating. It's very frustrating to see a meme like this come out of, someone who frontlines Rage Against the Machine. And, I was just like, trans people deserve the right to exist in public without half the country attacking us as pedophiles, arresting us for using bathrooms, or denying us medical care. Calling the struggle for basic liberty a distraction really seems to be a capitulation. But, okay, to clarify this a little bit, absolutely, MAGA chuds are being used by people in positions of power, and targeting trans people is a deliberate tool of people in those positions of power to maintain and grow their power. That's how this works, right? But that doesn't mean, oh, well then you just ignore that struggle to strip trans people of civil rights. You can't ignore that. Because if you ignore that, well then it moves on to a different minority of people, and then a different minority of people, and soon a lot of other minorities have been stripped of their rights. That's how this goes. It's a win-win proposition for people in positions of power, unless you have a movement that is willing to incorporate the concerns and priorities of minority components, you know? You need a movement that can simultaneously address, the concerns of African Americans, and also fight for trans rights, and also recognize that, asexual people exist and deserve, protections for their particular way of existing, and that Muslim people experience a crazy amount of Islamophobia, and that needs to be addressed. There are so many different things, and you need to be able to address each of those things in a movement, or else that movement has weaknesses that can be exploited, and those weaknesses that are exploited will then be used to destroy it. Incoming Vosh raid? Hell yeah. Let's go! Hey, Gayfesh, how you doing? So it's just really frustrating to me. It's really frustrating to be seeing, goddamn Tom Morello over here posting, poll tier memes, This is poll tier. It's like this attempt at seeming above aspects of politics that people tend to view as unimportant when it doesn't affect them. Exactly, LB. Exactly. You saw that. Oh, I saw that shit, Gayfash. This actually made me so mad today. This made me so goddamn mad. And it's just... First of all, he didn't need to post something like that. But... It's frustrating. Hey, Vosh folks. Come on over and say hi over on riverboat.gg. It's over on the, that's where the on-screen chat is, if you would like. There are no ads over there, so you can head on over there and get an ad-free experience, and also support me. And if those of you who don't know who I am, my name's Riverboat Jack. I talk about the news and politics, and yeah, we have a fun group of people. If you're one of the offliners, come on over to riverboat.gg and just chill and chat and ask any questions, and I'll do my best to answer them. But right now we're talking about this meme Tom Morello posted. I'm sure you've seen this meme before. It's not an uncommon one. But it's frustrating to see this kind of, I would say, leftist ignorance manifest. Because the implication here is that this is a conflict that should be ignored. Because it's distracting you from the real battle. But the argument here isn't that you should ignore it. The argument is it needs to be incorporated into the larger struggle. This is why Fred Hampton was so dangerous, right? Fred Hampton was able to form the Rainbow Coalition, something that addressed the concerns of not just African Americans, not just white folk. It was able to accommodate and incorporate many minority groups along with the majority that would bring it to prominence, and that was really, really dangerous to people in power. That's the power of a Rainbow Coalition, a true socialist movement that is intersectional. That the danger of it is that it can incorporate all these component parts and harmoniously be able to move forward. Hey, Acroman Ann. How you doing? Thank you for jumping over to riverboat.gg. Also, folks in chat, before you go, if you are going to hop off, remember to hit the follow button over on Twitch. We got a couple hundred of you over there right now. Hit the follow button, you lazy galoots. And also, if you're over on YouTube or riverboat.gg, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, because every time you do, it makes a conservative mad. And I know that because it gets this stream in front of more people, it gets my videos in front of more people. And when I'm bashing conservatives like Matt Walsh, they get really fucking mad, and it's pretty funny.
Snipe.
Transgirl Jade, thank you for gifting a sub to Akrama Ann. I looked up the artist, and he seems on the left, but anyway. Well, yeah, no, he is the artist of this is on the left, but he's on the left of he's on the left in the way that like Tom Morello's on the left, and like thinks that this is an accurate representation of what happens with these culture war distractions. And it's frustrating to have like a life or death issue to me and hundreds of other people in the United States be described as a distraction. Like, you can see how doing a framing like that would alienate so many people from whatever movement you're trying to build. If you are trying to build power and build political power, build political utility, and you are basically saying, fuck this group of 100,000 people, 200,000, 300,000, they're too small to make a difference. If that's what your go-to strat is on all of this, that seems... Well, I'm not going to say it seems anything. I'm gonna say it's deeply ineffectual. You are never going to accomplish your goals. An underclass divided is an underclass repressed. Historical repression and bigotry is as much a slave chain as poverty and compelled labor. 100%. 100%. Just doing my part in the white name genocide. Transgirl Jade, thank you very much for picking another threat off the tactical board game we're playing with your gifted sub. Tens of millions. Did Jack in chat ever read the Hangman poem? I did not. Tens of millions? I mean, in the world, sure. I don't know if there are tens of millions of trans people in America. That'd be pretty cool, though. I haven't seen that estimate. Tactical white name removal. Haha. True. All right. Moving right along. All right, what are we... Okay, we're not playing the 9/11 ska song again. Jack Zawap. Hello, late arriver from Vosh. Oh yeah, this shit? Yeah, it's frustrating, you know? The millions and millions of the Jack fans. True. True. All right, now someone earlier had mentioned that Hassan and Ethan had like a good conversation about socialism today. Is that true? Does anyone have a link to that? Quick cleansing meme. Oh god, it's so big. Transition to greatness. I've been on HRT for about 2 weeks now. Donald J. Trump. It's true. He's done it. He's done it, boys. He's on HRT. He's about to grow the titties. Wiener is gone. They didn't even have to cut it up. It just zipped into his body. This conversation is like 3 hours. Did they talk about socialism for 3 full hours? If that's the case, I am not covering that video unless you guys pay me in advance. That is a large commitment. Gotta take off my headphones to do some arm curls. Whew. Gotta get in shape. 1, 2, 3, 4, I'm so out of, like, guys, when they say HRT and like transition like reduces your strength, oh god, it just saps your muscles, dude. It disappeared with an audible shoop. The boobits, I feel like I should actually cover politics when I get a Vosh raid, you know? It feels like I'm compelled to do like an actual bit of video content. I'm in shape. The shape is round. Should do an. No one wants to see me do an arm wrestling stream. Stop trying to gaslight me into silliness. The Pitbull video. We could do. Well, I want to do Kitchen Nightmares, but that's a subathon thing. Tell Jack you want an arm wrestling. Who am I gonna arm wrestle, LB? Am I gonna arm wrestle chat? Just put my arm up. Oh look, boom! I just beat you. Damn, undefeated. You want me to arm wrestle Clarice? I don't want to arm wrestle Clarice. I just want to normal wrestle Clarice. This is a thought I'm having as someone who's tired of shit. Would it be based to remove gender? So, like, there isn't a men's pants or women's pants. There's just pants that fit your measurements. And now that I'm thinking about it, that's gender abolitionism, right? Pretty much, Cleaver. You basically got gender abolition right there. And yes, that would be based. However, that's also something very far off, and it's scary when people think about a world without gender, because a lot of people right now, their entire lives revolve around, performing and being their gender. So, yeah. Here's another reminder to watch Over the Garden Wall. Wait, what is Over the Garden Wall about? Pitch me on the concept. Jack could beat No, Vosh would destroy me in arm wrestling. But I did, there was a point in time where I used 60-pound dumbbells to, like, pump and do, like, arm curls and stuff. Vosh is buff, what the fuck, chat? Vosh would leave a small crater. Jesus. Okay, I'm not that weak, chat. I'm not that weak, chat. Come on. Okay. Okay, no one provided me a link to the hee stuff, so I'm just gonna look at it real quick. Wait, Hassan is leaving leftovers? Is that true? No, that can't be true. No! No! Chat! You weren't lying! You weren't lying! The top comment on this video. Holy moly, 3 hours of theory and realpolitik, foreign policy? This is some heavy leftovers. I don't know if they could even fit it in the microwave. Damn it! It is 3 hours long! God damn it! We've already been going for 5 hours on this stream. God damn it. Ah, but you're forgetting my favorite dictator would have Robloxed Vosh. That's incorrect. Your favorite dictator would have gifted subs and donos on riverboat.gg. Another 5 hours, let's go. I can't do another 5 hours. I walked like 8 miles today. I'm tired. could always put on the video and play some Baldur's Gate 3. But if I put on the video... See, this is the problem, right? I want to play Baldur's Gate 3, but there's a lot of dialogue that I want to hear in Baldur's Gate 3, which is at odds with playing a video where I need to pay attention to the words that are being said. Let's see. Oh, goodness. Watch the intro.
Screw the leftovers drama. Watch this intro instead.
Okay. As long as I don't get DMCA'd. That does look really good. It also looks terrifying. I'm seeing you people in chat saying it looked cute. It looks scary. I saw those creepy dolls staring at me with their too much detail compared to everything else. I've seen Flapjack. But it does look like good spooky season content for my mind hole. Also, I really liked the singing. That was like a really classy intro. I liked it a lot. I wasn't expecting it. But we like the spoopies here. We do like the spoopies. All the music is like that. Several good songs. It's true. This stream is very pro-spoop and pro-boob. This is very true. Always has been. I'm wondering if today is the day we do the backrooms deep dive again. I don't know. Maybe not. I hate calling it drama when it's Ethan and Hassan just having well, no, it's not. I wouldn't call it drama. Like if it's 3 hours of them discussing like socialism and like geopolitics, like I don't think that's drama. I think that's an interesting conversation. I'm already tired. I've only been watching streams. Before HRT, I used to powerlift. I kid you not, my deadlift went from 535 to 265, and all their lifts suffered about equally. Damn! If you call that drama, you were not around for frenemies. What about the 3D printed rocket engine? Okay, full disclosure, Catalina Gearbox, I did watch that video off stream already, so I don't want to watch it on stream. It's a good video though. I once heard you sing during your stream and it was quite beautiful. Is this something you'd training in or just something you enjoy? It's just something I generally enjoy. I didn't have any like formal training. Primarily I just sang in the shower and in the car. And then during my transition, I just started singing songs outside of my normal voice range. And as like just kind of informal voice training, I guess. And yeah, I think overall it improved my singing voice. It's what most pop stars say. Well, the good news is I'm not a pop star. I'm just someone who likes show tunes. I do really like musicals. It's one of my less endearing characteristics. Hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. Actually gonna pass out. Good night, Jaxawap. Thank you for making the jump over to riverboat.gg. Hope we see you again sometime soon. Don't lie, we know you're a superstar. I like musicals. There's no shame in that. I mean, okay. I could sing you guys a show tune if you would like. If I were a rich man. Any show tunes with political messaging? All show tunes have political messaging. All media has political messaging. Show tunes included. Arcady, thank you very much for the follow over on Twitch. I appreciate it. Guys, if we get 10 more follows on Twitch, we'll have 9,200 follows, and that would be pretty cool. Oh, the Mr. Show sketch of 3 holes in the farmhouse. That's a musical. Oh, goodness. Ugh. I didn't take off my makeup properly last night, so I just have like random splotches of like black face makeup on my lower eyelids. Hope everyone's having a good night. I'm having a good night, Foxy. We have been going for about 5 hours. I'm getting a little sleepy, but other than that, okay. Well, I can't do. Oh God, I can do a song from. I can't do "I Dreamed the Dream." Okay, that's a song I sing by myself. Okay, but I can do. I could do like a song from Man of La Mancha if you guys wanted. You should sing the Over the Garden Wall theme. I would need to hear it a few more times. Okay, not like that, Soci Inertia. Not like that. And clip. A Whole New World? Sing all of High School the Musical. Sing Ram Ranch? No. Okay, I'll do Man of La Mancha. Okay, you guys fine with that? Stoudman seems excited about it. Do a cover of Voshrad. I haven't seen the new One Piece opener. I'm sorry. I was just trolling. Okay. I can do most of it. I just can't hit the like highest notes. It's hard for my vocal cords. I was just happy when Jack sang happy birthday to me. Well, you guys all know I will sing you happy birthday if you tell me it's your birthday. Sing the One Piece song? I can't do that. This is a Christian stream. My birthday was 3 weeks. No, 3 weeks ago doesn't count. But happy belated birthday, Somniostatic. All right. I'm gonna sing a song just so you guys stop asking me to sing a song, okay? Sing Tequila. Hear me now, oh thou bleak and unbearable world, thou art base and debauched as can be, and a knight with his banners so bravely and proud now hurls down his gauntlet to thee. I am my Don Quixote, the Lord of La Mancha, my destiny calls and I go. And the wild winds of fortune will carry me onward to whithersoever they blow. Whithersoever they blow, onward to glory I go. I'm Sancho, yes, I'm Sancho. I'll follow my master till the end. I'll tell all the world proudly, I'm his squire, I'm his friend. Hear me, heathens in recess and serpents of sin, all your dastardly doings are past. For a holy endeavor is now to begin, and virtue shall triumph at last. I am my Don Quixote, the Lord of La Mancha, my destiny calls and I go. And the wild winds of fortune shall carry me onward to whithersoever they blow. Whithersoever they blow, onward to glory I go. There you go. Thank you, thank you, thank you. My one musical endeavor was 13 Bows as everyone's favorite A-cab French cop. Can you do modern major general? I would need to practice it. I would need to practice it. How about Can You Hear the People Sing? I could do that one. I do like that song. That's amazing. You have an amazing voice. Thank you. What about the Wellerman? I could probably do that one. I would need to practice it one more time. All right, you get this one just because you happened to ask a song I really like to sing anyway. So I'm gonna sing Do You Hear the People Sing? It's a fun song. Tim Curry's in Over the Garden Wall? Well, okay, you sold me. You don't have to keep selling me. Do you hear the people sing, singing the song of angry men? It is the music of a people who will not be slaves again. When the beating of your heart echoes the beating of the drums, there's a life about to start when tomorrow comes. Will you join in our crusade? Who will be strong and stand with me? Beyond the barricade, is there a world you long to see? Then join in the fight that will give you the right to be free. Do you hear the people sing, singing the song of angry men? It is the music of the people who will not be slaves again. When the beating of your heart echoes the beating of the drums, there's a life about to start when tomorrow comes. Will you give all you can give so that our banner may advance? Some will live and some will fall. Will you stand up and take your chance? The blood of the martyrs will water the meadows of France. Do you hear the people sing, singing the song of angry men? It is the music of the people who will not be slaves again. When the beating of your heart echoes the beating of the drums, there's a life about to start when tomorrow comes. That one's a bit. I missed a couple notes in there. I'm sorry about that, but I do like it a lot. And I hope you all liked it too, and that I wasn't just embarrassing myself on stream any more than I usually do. Also, I really need water if I'm going to sing. Whew. Really like that song. I've never heard it. It's from Les Miserables. Sounds like the song of the revolution. It was. Most of those people in the musical die. Now do Master of the House. I can't do Master of the House just by myself. That's no. But thanks for listening to my songs, chat. I appreciate it. Master of Puppets. Okay. Then you read the fucking book and everyone dies and it's so much worse. Well, yeah, no. Les Mis, the book, is, truly lives up to the name. Is John Cleese in Over the Garden Wall to be transphobic, or is he just, like, cool? When I do, wait, the finger tapping? What's the finger tapping? What do I do? What am I doing that's cute? Tell me. Tell me, tell me. Everything you do is cute? Well, that's not true. Oh, this thing? When I do the emoji. Well, good. I'm glad. It's supposed to be cute and induce donos and subs. You start HRT next month. Congratulations, Catalina Gearbox. Let's fucking go. I wish you the best of luck. That's going to be so exciting. Elijah Wood is the villain in a new Marvel movie. And Peter Dinklage is going to be a Marvel hero? I mean, that's pretty cool. The freckle bottom pose. Hey, look, I've just been going outside, and when I go outside, my body freckles in the sun. That's what my body does now. Which, by the way, I did not freckle in the sun until I started taking HRT. I started HRT, and then I just naturally develop freckles when I'm exposed to the sun. It's weird. Yeah, I thought Peter Dinklage was Eitri the Dwarf. Is he playing someone else? Ben had freckles, Irish issue. True. Girls are magic. How long have you been on HRT? I've been on HRT for about 5 years. Started in 2018, which... Oof. 5 years? Yeah. Haven't had any surgeries yet. I've been too big of a pussy and too big of a poor. Adrian Vixen, thank you. I've been partnered for 2 years. I like Peter Dinklage. Did anyone watch that Cyrano movie he was in? I heard it was really good. You had your 5-year traniversary at the end of August. Congratulations, Salmon Moose. Happy birthday. Too big of a pussy to get a pussy? It's scary. It's scary. What if I can't... What if it goes wrong? But also, it'd be pretty cool to have a pussy. Not gonna lie. Almost felt the autistic urge to keep sharing my internal thought process, but miraculously, my brain stopped me from elaborating, which is very rare. Wait, you mentioned the Cyrano thing, and I did watch it for, what is ELA? It was really good? Okay, like, I love Peter Dinklage. I think he's a great, like, actor. So I was really curious about seeing it. I just haven't prioritized it, but maybe I will. I have crippling bottom dysphoria since I was a kid. Yeah, for me, the bottom dysphoria isn't, like, the worst thing. For me, it was, like, other things, you know? Oh, English language arts. That makes sense. I thought myself a riverboat Jack, I did. Hello, non-binary superpowers. How you doing? But honestly, like, the deeper I get into transition, the more bottom dysphoria I, like, accumulate, or rather, like, the more I address other causes of my dysphoria, the more I'm, like, just kind of left with bottom dysphoria. So I'll probably get bottom surgery eventually, but hopefully when I'm less poor. You know? My brain went English leckend language. Damn, we missed out on the elaboration. Yep. I got fired? Oh, I'm sorry. You got fired? And where are you from again? What country? Don't you have, like, protections? Or is that not so much? Dysphoria can be a moving target. For me, it's less a moving target and more like I've been slowly addressing other things that I'm dysphoric about, and as they get addressed, I only have, like, I have fewer things for the dysphoria to latch onto, you know? Why be dysphoria about it? Just accept that you're a bottom? Well, because, while I like to get fucked in the ass, I might also want to get fucked in the pussy. You know, like, maybe I'm not just an ass bottom, and maybe I'm also a pussy bottom. So, and yes, I wrote the protections. Well, then I hope you're able to take some legal action against your former employer. Is there a good analogy to understand dysphoria for non-dysphoric people? Yeah, somniostatic. Imagine that you know what your body is supposed to look like, right? Like, you've spent 30 years in your body, and you have that experience transferred into a completely different body, and you just feel wrong. You know? It's like you have almost like phantom pain, and you're discomforted by the fact that, like, you know how you're supposed to look, but everyone else is seeing someone else. You know? You know, like, oh, my body was supposed to look like this, and it doesn't look like that. And people don't see that about me. It's literally the mental picture of your own body. Yeah, it's the dissonance between the mental picture of your own body and, like, the actual thing, you know? So, like, that's kind of a good way to imagine it. Dysphoria is basically dysmorphia, but with, like, the added component of there being, like, gendered expectations along with that. So that's kind of it, right? Have you heard of Planet Crafter? I sure have. I have it. I own it. I just haven't played it yet. Like most of my games. I have surgery scar dysphoria. It's the only thing I can see now. I'm sorry to hear that, Naughty Fox. Hopefully you can find some scar reducing treatments. I know those exist. Like a responsible PC gamer. Well, the main issue is I'm trying to get through Baldur's Gate 3 And then I have Armored Core 6, and then I need to then we need to do Starfield. So that's difficult. We all have huge backlogs. It's true. Our gaming asses have grown over time. Fucking pronouns. Man, I hope somebody remixed that guy into a song. That should be a thing, right? Starfield is a black hole of a game. Once it sucks you in, it doesn't let go. Well, that's the thing. I know I can't multitask and play Baldur's Gate and Starfield and Armored Core 6. I know I can't do that. I know my brain is just going to latch onto one of them, and then the rest of them are going to fall by the wayside. Fucking pronouns. Fucking pronouns. Fucking pronouns. I don't know. That was maybe the most irritating thing I've ever done on stream, and possibly the most openly autistic thing I've done on stream. Oh boy. Oh boy. See. Oh yeah, we were going to talk about Sneeko. I don't know much about Sneeko. All I know is he's basically Diet Andrew Tate. And he's also, isn't he like 22? Like he's a baby. And for some reason children look up to him, which is deeply weird. Hey Chainsaw CCC, thank you very much for the partnerversary wishes.
Andrew Tate! Fuck the woman! Fuck the woman!
What? No, wait. We love women. We love women. We love women.
But not like transgenders.
Yes, sir. We love everybody. No.
Jesus Christ. I need to stop pausing this, but I feel like his face is going through a lot of contortions. He's going through a goddamn journey right here. Like, chill, cool as a cucumber, and then fuck the women, and then he's just like, what? What? Can you believe this? Can you believe that, like, a child watching my content would just say unabashedly, fuck the women? No, oh wait, I gotta cover my ass. No, we love everybody. We love everybody. But not the transgenders. And he's like, no, we love everybody.
No.
All gays should die!
Yeah, merch, preach.
What have I done?
Can I get in the video?
Fucking tall!
Can I get in the video?
Yeah. Talk to him.
Yo, what's up? Andrew Tate!
I mean, at least this kid who awkwardly looked into the camera wasn't telling, like, transgenders to go die. I guess. Oh god, what have I done? You are trapped in a prison of your own making. How do you escape?
We love women.
But not like transgenders.
Yes, sir. We love everybody. No.
All gays should die!
Okay, this is a 10 out of 10 meme. We need to watch this again.
Woman!
We love women.
But not like transgenders.
Yes, sir. We love everybody. No.
All gays should die.
Okay, but this is unironically like look. I'm reading his expression not as him being proud, but as like him being like, "What the fuck, dude?" I do love that meme. I wish more people would do that meme. Are there any other good memes in the replies? I have to be careful about free scrolling. It's dangerous out here. Like, you can't say that shit out loud in public. You're gonna get beat. But I mean, I'll say it in front of my stream though. Oh, also, this was his response. They are children and obviously joking. This is how I was at 12. But if it sounds egregious to you, blame the gay flags in their classrooms. Blame the media for emasculating men. It's your fault for forcing an obvious agenda, not these kids. Boys will be boys. And it's like, imagine having such a low opinion of men that you're like, boys will be boys when they advocate for genocide. Oh, when little Hitlers are running around, boys will be boys. Yuck. Blame the media. Also, the idea that, like, these kids are watching, like, the media emasculating men, and that's why they hate the transgenders. Yeah, like, no, bro. They watched your content. They watched your content, and this is what happened to them. By the way, this was like a couple days, I think, or like maybe a couple weeks, right? A couple weeks after Sneeko announced he's retiring from Red Pill content, and something tells me he might have realized in that interaction that might be impossible.
IRL streaming is what I want to do now. There's only so long. You can only do this for so long. Like, how much can you really talk about Neon dating coach? That's hilarious. But yeah, it's like it's just so much more fun. I can't even lie. And let's be honest, the red pill is dying. It's over. It's over because like there was a lot of hype around this, like, oh, the Matrix, bro, how do we make it out? And then like there's this excitement, there's hype around it, and I got in at the right time.
Imagine just like calmly admitting that the only reason you cared about this was because like people were talking about it. The only reason you were a red pill content creator was because it was popular. And like, for some reason, people see you do this and they're not like, oh, so you were just kind of full of shit the entire time.
Hit the wave at the right time. You know, I was red pill raging when the red pill was blowing up, so it was perfect, you know, screaming at a camera, wake up! Wake up! And then now, like, okay, you know, live life now. Can't be screaming at a camera about Satan every single day. We are going to talk about the transgender because the Streamy Awards was yesterday. I was watching the IRL.
Oh, damn. I really wanted to know what his thoughts about the transgenders. I'm sure he is. Okay. You know what? I'm just going to say it. Sneeko looks like a guy who's been in a lot of trans girls' DMs. Okay? I'm calling it like I see it. He looks like he's a download chaser, alright? He's a DL chaser. I'm throwing that out there. Dude's the kind of guy who'd be like, you know, like railing about how degenerate trans girls are, and at night he goes home and masturbates to them, you know? I'm just gonna say it. Thoughts on Soda Cat TV? No idea who that is. He reminds me of Russell Brand. Yeah, I mean, I don't think he is a Russell Brand type. He's not quite as into, like, hippy-dippy astrology shit. I'm pretty sure we all know what his porn searches look like. Yeah. I used to watch Maury Povich and the transes looked like models. True. You know, I also saw those Maury Povich models. Sneeko status? What was this? Oh god.
The liberals were right. I think YouTube was right to ban me. I think all these platforms were correct. I have a lot to address. You just don't see the impacts, and you really don't know how many people you're really affecting, especially the children. I wish I had a ukulele to be playing. It's the children. I don't know if you've seen the clip. There's no choice. I think there really are. There's really more than two genders. I think we should go to an LGBT pride parade and just make sure that we show support. We joke around. And when you have energetic people, high energy, they don't want you to say what's right. And what's right is that jokes hurt. Jokes sting. And the kids are watching. I think we should really apologize. And I think
also, just, once again, well, yeah, obviously it's fake chat. Yeah. But like, once again, why is it that these people with like millions upon millions of dollars, their backgrounds are decorated like shit? Like, he just has like a neon Sneeko sign, and then like none of the things are hung up. Like, why, bro? Just put shit on your walls. Just like put the stuff up. I know that he doesn't give a shit, but like, man, what a narcissist. Is he capping? He capping. Also, Harold Dean, thank you for the 100 biddies. I very, very much appreciate that.
I think you could all say sorry with me. I think we can deeply apologize for being the most racist, homophobic, transphobic, misogynist, not giving a fuck, schizo stream on the internet because we're not apologizing. I don't give a fuck. W kids.
Fuck the woman, fuck the woman.
What? No, wait. We love women. We love women.
But not like transgender.
Yes, sir. We love everybody. No.
All gays is bad.
Yeah, Mike. Preach.
What have I done? 12-year-old boys are always like this, regardless whether or not they watch my streams.
That's just not true, dude. This just isn't true. As somebody who's worked with children in that age range, oddly enough, they're not saying fuck women in general. They're not saying we should kill all the gays. Oddly enough, not a thing that children are talking about. Mostly they're talking about like Minecraft or like weird memes beyond your comprehension that are like just in jokes from their like little school friend group, or Legos. 12-year-olds fucking love Legos, dude. I mean, like, yeah. Oh, Star Wars. They also really like Star Wars. Yep. There we go. We covered all the topics. Well done. Oh god, this is 4 minutes long?
You're acting like we didn't get in Call of Duty lobbies and say the most racist, vile, misogynistic, transphobic jokes of all time. Like, we don't do that right now. Like, right now when I turn off the stream and hang out with my friends and talk to them, we're not all constantly saying terrible things, trying to get a reaction out of each other, being controversial on purpose, shock factor. Wait, This is what every single guy is like.
Okay, pro tip, if your guy friends are just sitting around saying the most controversial, inflammatory stuff, and that's the only way you guys can communicate, you need better friends. Those aren't good friends. Those are shitty dudes that you're hanging out with. Like, like if you're just be like, hey bro, Hitler did nothing wrong. Like that's like, if you're just hanging out with people like that, you're just not hanging out with good people. The solution here is just to hang out with different, cooler people.
So that now they're going to try to blame it on me. What they're trying to put out there is I single-handedly ruined a generation of kids. And we've seen it happen before. I don't know if you remember, but there's other online creators that have been the vessel for these kids to find this humor through. And I used to watch all of them. I used to watch Ethan Decline, and he sold out. He compromised. Filthy Frank, he sold out. He started making sad boy music. And I think the perfect example right now of what's happening to me and what they expect of me is iDubbbz. Like, he used to be running around trolling. He used to be funny. He used to say racist jokes. He believed all the left is saying that he ruined a generation of kids, so he apologized, he put on makeup, he painted his fingernails, and then he completely switched up his entire rhetoric and pretended like he never believed it in the first place. What they are not blaming, and what they should blame, is all the pride flags that you're putting in their school. Having guys like Chris from Mr. Beast cut their dick off and then pretend like nothing happened. Have these streaming show awards where there's drag queens for some reason holding a microphone.
I really want him to explain how rainbow flags are doing anything to kids.
Phone and introducing the biggest streamers on stage, and everybody has to pretend like that's normal. You know who knows that's not normal? 12-year-old boys. They are the ones who have not compromised yet, because
yeah, 12-year-old boys are goddamn fonts of wisdom. You know, all of the relevant contributions of 12-year-old boys to modern thought processes. Unironically, chat, what he's making, the argument he's making here is identical to what, like, weird pedophilic, like, conservatives who are obsessed with, like, virginal purity make about, like, 12 to 14-year-old girls, okay? He's making the same argument, like, oh, 12-year-old boys are so pure. There's something so pure about how at 12 they just want to shout out insensitive things to figure out how other people will react because they're still learning about social situations. They're unspoiled, fertile ground for implanting my ideas. Yeah, exactly. It's the same argument, just adapted for, you know, children that they're grooming for non-sexual things. Hopefully, anyway.
Because they have nothing to lose. They're just carefree kids living in school, and they have their friends around them. They're joking around. They don't give a fuck.
They're just some carefree kids joking about wanting to kill an entire minority group. That's what carefree people do. You know, and all the songs they make about being young and carefree, they really left out the parts about when you're young and carefree and are just running around screaming that the Holocaust didn't happen. You know, they really, you know, song makers and media people really underplay that, I guess.
It's not that these kids are like a danger to anybody, and nobody feels threatened by them at all. When I was in a grocery store and I saw two...
Well, that's true. No one feels threatened by a 12-year-old, except that those 12-year-olds grow up into adults. And adults who run around saying, kill all the gays, kind of fucking suck. And might actually try to do that. You know, they might grow up to be one of Sneako's friends, who are apparently, you know, going around saying gays should all die or some shit. Hey, Felsin Forma, where you been? We missed you.
Two grown men kiss each other and their beards interlock like Velcro on a Skechers shoe. I told my mom, that's gross! And I pointed right at them, and my mom immediately...
Yeah, well, you also probably ate Brussels sprouts for the first time and said, oh, that's gross. But you know what? It was... Brussels sprouts are fine. I mean, I don't like them. It was a bad example for me. But, like, there are kids who are like, I love fries, but I hate tater tots. Tater tots are gross. It's like, bro, it's literally the same food. Okay, that's the level of like what we're dealing with here. Like when a kid who's never seen two men kiss sees two men kiss and their reaction is that's gross, that's because they've never seen it before. Not because it's some empirical truth about reality. The same way when a kid sees a tater tot for the first time and thinks it's gross. It's not an empirical truth about reality. They just don't have any concept of what a tater tot is.
Immediately said, you can't say that. Don't.
How dare you, chat? You're just saying tater tots are gross to make me mad. You're just saying that to make me mad. How dare you?
Say that. The 12-year-old boy reaction is, I don't like this. You can't force somebody to like something. I will always spread love. I will never encourage hate. And I've never said, fuck these people. I've never said, fuck.
I will never encourage hate, says man who just heard a 12-year-old boy say, kill all gays. You know, based on the rhetoric he puts out into the world. Uh-huh.
A group of people ever. You can't force me to look at transgender people on the White House lawn flapping their fake titties next to the president of the United States with a rainbow flag.
Pro tip. These bad boys, 100% real. They're not fake. Grew them myself. Nothing implanted here, okay? Did I just miss that? A kid said that? Yeah, it's in an earlier video that we went over.
Flag in the background and act like I like this. And that's okay. This is what I want. The leader of the free...
Oh, wait. That seems contradictory. Wait.
You can't say that. Don't say that. The 12-year-old boy reaction is, I don't like this. You can't force somebody to like something. I will always spread love. I will never encourage hate. And I've never said, fuck these people. I've never said, fuck a group of people.
I've never said, fuck a group of people ever. But I have said that I think unambiguously this entire group of people is gross and should be eliminated from society. You have said that. That's kind of weird.
Ever. You can't force me to
immediately transitions into talking about how disgusting all transgender people are.
Look at transgender people on the White House lawn flapping their fake titties next to the president of the United States with a rainbow flag in the background and act like I like this. And that's okay. This is what I want the leader of the free world to be doing. Smiling next to a transgender, naked on the lawn.
You do know, right, that like this again, if somehow a Sneeko fan winds up watching this or something, like, this is the same rhetoric as, like, a white supremacist seeing, like, a black person next to the president and being like, I don't want to see an N-word next to the president. That's disgusting. How dare he try and normalize something so perverted? You know, this is indistinguishable from the rhetoric put out by people who are infuriated that there was a biracial couple in a Cheerios ad. Okay? Which, by the way, happened. That happened like a couple years ago. There was a biracial couple in a Cheerios ad, and the racists lost their shit. Okay? Not even that long ago. But, yeah, sure, you promote love to everybody, and you've never said fuck a group of people, but also all transgenders are gross and disgusting and degenerate. Uh-huh. Yeah, no, there's a 100% chance this guy is, like, hitting up, like, trans sex workers in his area.
You can't make me look at that and say that that's fine. And you know who hasn't compromised? The kids who don't care. The kids who are still making edgy jokes.
Wow, that sucked ass. 1000% he's a chaser. Yeah. No, 10,000%. This guy is like hitting up trans ladies. He's like, you know, I wanna pleasure you in any way possible. Like, it 100%. And I say that because I've gotten a lot of messages from conservative dudes. Okay? I've gotten messages from conservative dudes who have families, who have children, who want to do unspeakable sexual acts to me. Okay? It happens all the time. It's not uncommon. Tons of trans women who are even remotely like public facing absolutely know what I'm talking about. They say just don't tell anyone. They say just don't tell anyone, or like they just, you know. I got that a lot too. Yeah, 100%. Like these people are just out there slipping into trans girl DMs. You know, there's a reason why Alex Jones has like trans porn on his phone, has been caught with trans porn on his phone. There's a reason why like Blair White spilled the beans that like Steven Crowder like has flirted with trans women. Like it's just a thing that a lot of conservatives are drawn towards. And we know from data, by the way, that conservatives are far more likely to search for trans pornography. Okay? 100%. Alex Jones was hitting on Blair White on Tim's podcast. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Yep, my Facebook avatar is a dead animal because it stops randos slipping into my DMs when I'm throwing words around. Yeah. God. Yeah. No, just here. Here is a map of where it is most popular to search for the porn term she-male. Wow. It's so weird how it's very correlated with conservative areas of the country. That's crazy, bro. That's so weird. Wow. That's definitely strange. We can also look for different groups here with different slurs for trans people. Oh, look at that. You know, tranny brings up a lot of the South again, or femboy. Ooh, damn. Femboy's got the wider appeal, looks like here. But yeah, still a lot of Southern concentration here as well. What about, escorts for trans women? East Coast represent, and also, why over here? I mean, okay. This checks out. Interesting. Conservatives talk about trans people more than trans people ever could. Well, and honestly, that's probably why there is so much more porn searches for trans people, you know? Why over here? RE escorts football games? What? Sorry, but my history is femboy and furry? Hell yeah. I hate that word too, but you know what? It sucks. Except conservatives are using it wrong? Well, yeah, of course they are. But, like, conservatives hear about trans people, and then, like, they're like, oh no, Dylan Mulvaney got hot, and suddenly they're furiously, like, Googling trans pornography. Like that's how it's going, you know? That's how it's going. They're like, "Oh shit. We're just finding out that trans women have a biological advantage at being hot. Oh no. Well, I have to jack off for science." Oh, why were escorts concentrated in Michigan, Ohio, Florida? Well, yeah, football games, also like political centers, tourist spots, etc. It's for science. Ugh. We're also better at chess. True. The transgender brain is just preternaturally good at chess, sex, and looking hot, apparently. Ooh. Acroma Ann. Nice. I just don't interact with most people who message me. Chat, if you've been enjoying the stream, please hit the follow button over on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, hit the like button on YouTube, and consider dropping some subs or donos, because that is what keeps me alive and enables me to continue making content like this very stream. You won't even add me on Blue Sky? I'll fix that right now. Also, hot take, Chris Pratt wasn't bad as Mario. He wasn't as bad as I thought he would be. Alright? I know that that's controversial. I know that that might make some people uncomfortable, but, you know, it's true. It's true. There we go. What is Blue Sky? It's basically like slightly shittier old Twitter, but not shitty new Twitter. So it's basically Twitter before Elon Musk ruined it. But also it's invite only at the moment, so it's frustrating to get into. It's 2005 Twitter and filled with trans people. Yeah, basically it's just trans people posting thirst traps and like their niche autistic interests. It's pretty great. Well, Gay Fesh seems to have some invite codes, false informa, if you want to reach out to them. How do I join it? You need an invite code, and then you just go to Blue Sky, the Blue Sky site. God, I'm really tired. That Benny Carollo video took so much out of me. Like, oh my god. Oh my god, dude. All right, folks. I think I'm gonna head to bed. I'm very tired. We've been streaming for about 6 hours. And I love all of you, and I hope I see you back here again soon. Okay? I'll wear another booby outfit tomorrow, huh? This outfit makes my boobs look extraordinarily good. And I'd love to see you all back here again real soon. See ya, folks. We're gonna raid into Doodleburb. Let's go. Everyone's favorite non-binary burb. You all be nice to them, okay? Let's go. Good night, everybody. I don't know I did that. That's weird. It's just you and me now, YouTube chat. Just you and me. No one else can see us. Just you and me. Haha. We've escaped from the Twitch people. Haha. They'll never find us here. Ha 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 ha. I'm kidding. I'm going offline. I love you guys. Bye.